Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey guys, it sounds like my dog started out the live. Welcome in. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I am your host. Welcome back to my channel. We're going to be going over the new Idaho stuff again today. I hope you guys are all staying warm. I just got the following from Pinellas County. A significant cold front will move through Pinellas County on Saturday, 1/31, bringing with it unusually cold and windy conditions. Near freezing temperatures are forecast across much of Pinellas County, with feels-like temperatures in the mid to lower 20s on Sunday. Ensure people, pets, and plants are protected from the cold, as these temperatures will be dangerous to those left outside. And then it says gale-force conditions with gusts up to 45 miles an hour will create dangerous boating conditions over coastal waters in Tampa Bay Saturday night into Sunday. What is going on with the weather? Hey, Daff, happy Friday to you. Is the clinker in here? Who's the clinker? I know they started barking. Hey, triple threat, have a safe trip. That is Clearwater, Florida, guys. Oh, yeah, the Banfield closing ARGs are on right now. Racia says, my like button works. Does yours? Test it out for Jay. So what's happening? Yeah, cover all your plants if you live down here. There's a lot going on in the true crime sector right now. There's the closing arguments. I didn't watch all that trial, so I went back and I watched the testimony of the au pair. Hi, Kelly. And damn, that case is wild. I'm not leaving the house till Monday. I'm getting my shit done today. And that's cold. Mid to lower 20s. Wow. Okay, well, I guess we're going to be cold here this weekend. Hey, Queen of Ossian. I started watching you during the Brian Laundrie and Gabby P case. You did a fantastic job on that one. Bless you. Thank you. Going back in time to the kick 'em when they're up, kick 'em when they're down. Hey, Maria. Welcome in. I saw Don Lemon got arrested. I saw that. I think what we're going to do, hey, Hexy. I think what we're going to start doing is like on Friday, we're going to do like crime roundup, and we're going to go over all the latest headlines of that week. There's the clanker. Paul Clank! Where the hell have you been? Actually, it should be where the hell have I been? For a whole year, I didn't really... I mean, I did do stuff on here, but I was focused on my other channel. And thank you so much, Queen. Michigan weather in Tampa. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? All right, so today, guys, we've got a couple new interviews. We've got one with Steve Gonsalves and Jesse Weber. Look at Jesse. He just wants to say it, even though he's on News Nation, but he wants to go.
On Prime Crime.
You guys want to check out Don Lemon? Former CNN anchor. He was out at the protest. So journalist Don Lemon was arrested overnight. His attorney and multiple sources told CBS News on Friday. The arrest comes nearly 2 weeks after Lemon was at an anti-immigration protest that disrupted a church service in Minnesota. A source familiar with the matter said a grand jury was impaneled on Thursday. The FBI and Homeland Security investigations, a law enforcement agency within the Department of Homeland Security, were involved in the arrest. Abby Lowell, Lemon's lawyer, confirmed he was taken into custody by federal agents last night in L.A., where he was covering the weekend's Grammy Awards. Oh, shit. I guess he's not going to be covering the Grammys. Shortcake Girl, welcome to the Truthers. Thank you for joining. Hey, One Hope. Good to see you. So his lawyer said Don has been a journalist for 30 years and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine light on the truth and hold those in power accountable. There is no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. Lowell said the Justice Department has focused on arresting Lemon instead of investigating the federal agents who killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minnesota earlier this month. Let's see. Attorney General Pam Bondi said in a statement shared to social media that federal agents arrested Lemon and 3 others in connection with the coordinated attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. We do need a new emoji. You guys come up with it. That one, the little weights. A source briefed on the investigation said Lemon faces charges of conspiracy to deprive others of civil rights and violation of the FACE Act by allegedly interfering with force with the exercise of others' First Amendment rights. CNN, where Lemon previously worked, said his arrest raises, quote, profoundly concerning questions about press freedom and the First Amendment. The network said it will be following Lemon's case closely. So what's next? When the first 3 defendants were initially charged, no career officials from that office appeared in court, and the Justice Department sent 2 lawyers from the Civil Rights Division in Washington. The magistrate judge overseeing the case only approved 1 civil rights charge in those original cases against Nakima Levy Armstrong, former president for the Twin Cities chapter of the NAACP, and Chantella Louisa Allen, an elected member of the St. Paul School Board. But the judge nixed a face charge against each of them on the grounds there was no probable cause. Jesus, this is out of control. Oh, Lemon worked at CNN for 15 years, fired in 23. He announced in 24 he would be launching the Don Lemon Show on X. Lemon now hosts a show on YouTube. I didn't know that. Yeah. Crazy. I think I found it when I went to people.com today because I was looking for another, here it is. Don Lemon right here. There's another story on here that I was like, what? Hold on. Oh, this one. This is another crazy story. Hello, Tintin in Germany. A man showed up to the New York City jail where Luigi Mangione is being held, and he's now charged with impersonating an FBI agent. Elon fired him after the first episode. A man showed up to a New York City jail this week claiming to wield a court order to release Luigi Mangione. Now the man is facing charges of his own for allegedly impersonating an FBI agent. Federal prosecutors unveiled the charges Thursday against Mark Anderson, 36, who they allege went to the Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center on the evening of Wednesday, January 28th, claiming to be a federal agent with an order to release Luigi. When asked for credentials by the Bureau of Prisons, Anderson, a resident of Mankato, Minnesota, allegedly showed them a Minnesota driver's license and claimed he had weapons in the bag. Anderson was detained after allegedly throwing documents at the at the prison staff per the complaint. Inside his bag was a barbecue fork and a rounded blade that resembled a pizza cutter. Law enforcement source tells people that Anderson had recently been working at a pizzeria. Yes, they also took off the death penalty. Luigi will not get the death penalty. This guy is scheduled to be arraigned, yesterday in federal court. So yeah, they threw the death penalty out. People are nuts, man. I was like, what? Wasn't the insurance guy he killed from Minnesota? Is he? And this is Ariana Grande? You guys, this is Ariana Grande? Hey, Dental Lori. Good to see you, girl. We're just going over some headlines. I'm going to pin the Cooter chat if you guys would like to send a Cooter chat during the live. It is greatly appreciated. And there it is. Like, is that her? What happened? That is scary, dude. What are these people doing to themselves? Let's see if there's any other. This one here, it's crazy how we don't hear of some of these stories, but woman charged with allegedly beheading boyfriend, arrested after fleeing to Mexico. Man shot to death by friend after he refused to share French fries. That's how thin she got for a movie? Yeah. I mean, her dress won't even stay. Look at her dress. It's like probably child size. Ugh. It's disgusting. Hollywood ruined her. Yep. They ruin everybody. They ruin everybody. Anyway, you guys, there's a horrible case that is unfolding near me of a mother who suffocated her 4-year-old and then tried to cut her own wrists, and her 16-year-old daughter found her. Dude, Lori, I love my French fries too. Don't mess with my French fries. Den Sherry says demonic. I mean, there's something going on, right? She's got an eating disorder. It's really sad. So we've also got the Corner Club footage that I wanted to show you guys. So we're just going to start going through some of these things I have pulled up. Hey, Shell. Hey, Joey girl. Oh, Kelly Osbourne looks unrecognizable, Daria. Hey, Seaboing, my number one viewer. That is really gross that they have to get that thin. Ugh. Okay, so let's switch gears. Let's go into Idaho. I have a couple interviews, one with Steve Gonsalves and another one with Joseph Scott Morgan that I wanted to share. Hey, jammers. Hi, Sue M. Good to see you guys this morning. There's in E! News, holy shiznuts, 68 months.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
Wow. Thank you so much, Shell. 68 months. That is wild. I got to keep that pinned. That's awesome. Hey, Fawn. Welcome in, everybody. Come on in and get comfortable. Ugh. We just celebrated 68 months with Shell, the ride or die mod boss. I really, really appreciate that. That's awesome. My Shell Bell. Hey, Miss Robin. Hey, 9mm. Everybody's rolling in. And Megan Ambrose coming in with 59 months. She's like, Shell's got me beat by a couple months. Thank you so much.
Or is it a cigar?
59 and 68 months. How long have you been subscribed, Daff? A long time. Hi, Ballet Flats. Listening while I work. Whistle while you work. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I'm in a mood today. I'm in a mood. I'm in a good mood, though. It's a good thing. I mean, somewhat. I'm trying to stay in a good mood. But anyways, we have an article from E! News, and the only really notable part. Whoops. I wanted to keep Megan up there. Is it says here the evidence suggests that after both victims, meaning Kaylee and Maddie, were killed or unresponsive, they were posed in their shared bed. And this is coming from the defense crime scene analyst. So we already talked about the analysts in October 2018, Daff. That's the very beginning. That's when I started. Woohoo! Actually, the channel is 7 years old.
Happy birthday, baby.
I love when you're in a mood. All right. So it says that they were posed. And then it goes on to say Kaylee was moved. And they can tell this from the blood evidence, right? Kaylee was moved from a position where, with her head on the pillow, to partially atop of Madison. Then the comforter was placed over them both. Hey, Urban. Get your butt moving. Hey, Mary Jane in Ontario, Canada. That's really creepy. I know they said, thank you, Rachia. There's a reason for everything. There's a reason for everything. So yeah, it says Kaylee was moved from a position with her head on the pillow to partially atop of Madison. And then the comforter was placed over both. So when they walked in there, they had to move the comforter to see them. I was like, oh my God. We didn't have, nope, the memberships were not even around because YouTube Lives were brand new in October of 18, or November or December of 18. Cricket Day says, how does one person do this? Hey, Flo, are you okay from the hurricane, from the earthquake? So Kelly Mack, the sheath was under Madison's left leg and partially covered by the blanket. So right was the sheath posed too? This is forensic scientist. This is Turvey, the guy we read about. He made the observation after reviewing the autopsy reports. Didn't Steve Gonsalves say that they were posed? Urban Infidel says there's a significance to killers covering victims. Is it because he didn't want to see them in that condition? Hey, Ski Utah. That I don't know, Kelly Mack. That's a good question, though. They say it was 13 minutes. Authorities said Gonsalves' wounds made her unrecognizable per a police report obtained by the Idaho Statesman. Hey, Texas Ranger. The placement of it is weird. I think they said it was 13 minutes. The least amount, I think, was 9. Oh, shit. I just closed out one of my windows. Hold on a second. I wanted to play Steve Gonsalves talking to Jesse Weber. Have you guys seen that one yet? I got to get it pulled back up. Hold on. I don't know why I'm so stuffy. Salty Sleuth says they weren't posed. They were already under the comforter. BK covered their faces. Even if he wasn't alone, he was there. I agree he was there. True Crime Sushi says it's like tucking them in, according to Joe Scott Morgan. Like taking care. Ugh. A lot of children are covered. Hey, Melmo. I wonder if he threw the blanket over them to hide them and give him more time to get away. Well, the thing that's weird, right, is that what I don't understand about that is that
All right, let me bring
Xana.
in my good friend,
Hold on.
Joseph Scott Morgan, forensic death investigator from Jacksonville State University.
Hold on, that's the wrong one. If Xana came upstairs, though, how do you explain the posing? That's the only thing I don't understand. Is supposedly we're supposed to believe that Xana ran up there and startled him. So I don't know. Okay, here we go. I've got it pulled up. Let's watch this. Let's walk through this one. It says dad of Kaylee Gonsalves on new details. Good morning, Ostrich and Shelly Bean. And Berkey's.
To hear all this. So let me just start. How are you guys doing after today?
We keep saying one day at a time, but these type of days are ones that really push you hard, for sure.
Is there anything that came out from these filings, from this report, that gave you any kind of answers that you might have been looking for about what happened?
Oops.
We learned brand new things. Those details that were put in those docs were never given to us. They were given to strangers before they were given to us. It's shocking that a family doesn't get any kind of priority, even heads up.
Hi,
we asked
Gigi.
for discovery. They said they'd give it to us, but they never did. So
Why do they refuse to give them a heads up? I just don't understand. Is it just like horrible communication within Latah County with the Idaho State Police? Like, how hard is it to give these families a heads up? Like, hey, we're going to be dropping all these documents and all these pictures. Hey, Gyps. You know what I mean?
yeah, we're working with legislators. We're going to try to fix this. Idaho has Bill 1135 that hopefully will protect this type of information and make sure.
Idaho Bill 1135. Let's look it up. This is proposed legislation. Okay. So based on recent 2026 reports, Idaho House Bill 1135 has been proposed as legislation aimed at protecting graphic forensic reports from public release. The bill was introduced in response to concerns about the privacy of sensitive information in criminal cases, specifically addressing the release of graphic evidence. As of late January 2026, this is a proposed legislative action. Here's another article. Gonsalves said the families have been meeting with state lawmakers trying to fix this situation. He said Idaho House Bill 1135 has been proposed. It was crafted to protect this type of information and make sure it never gets out. So they're meeting with the governor, the Gonsalves. Gonsalves family said the families are going to talk to the governor and say, hey, we can do better than this. And that means we've got to make laws. So I'm happy to see that they're being proactive with the laws about this. I mean, it's really all they can do.
Sure that it never gets out, especially he pled 4 cases of murder, capital, all of them, and in the same breath he waived his rights to even challenge it. So why does this need to come out? All these details. I mean, these are like mortician details. It has nothing to do with a case that's never going to happen.
Just to be clear, you're saying, did you?
So I don't know if I necessarily agree with this, because when you don't have a trial, which I learned like 98% of the time there's not a trial. So how do you find out, like, where do you draw the line with what the public should know and what the public shouldn't know? Because we've always had, like, well, back in the day, crime scene photos were just unredacted, right? Like, you could just see the whole shit and shebang. We saw the Menendez parents brought out on stretchers dead. Not visibly, but you know what I'm saying. And here, they did it. No one knew that they brought the bodies out. I think that they've already made changes, if you will, in how this kind of material is presented and how they handle crime scenes. So how are we ever going to be able, as the public, to put pieces together if we can't get documents? I mean, I know they're talking probably specifically like autopsy reports. Do you think that we really need that stuff? Do you guys think that we can do without that? Let me know what you think in the chat.
Did you even know it was going to come out today, or were you just shocked? Were you shocked by that?
We had no idea. We had
no idea.
None whatsoever. It goes to the media before it does us, and
that's awful.
We just find out through our phone starts going off.
That's awful. That's awful. And now you are confronted with this. The people will say this information can help maybe shed some light into the timeline of the attack, the intention of this. The injuries sustained by all 4 were awful. But the injuries sustained by Kaylee and Maddie, and where they were positioned, and how many injuries they sustained to their face and neck, does this give you an indication that Brian Kohberger was targeting them specifically?
Listen to this.
No, I think there's some timing advance records that kind of lead me to believe that it was another person that they were looking for. I mean, Matt might have been part of that, but
another person they were looking for? Is he saying they because he doesn't want to say Brian? He was looking for. Why is he saying they? Listen again.
It was another person that they were looking for. I mean, Matt might have been part of that, but there was 2 individuals. But I think all the families tried not to go down a road where we blamed each other, or we tried to say one person's kid was more responsible or had a role in this or something like that. We tried to keep it. Unfortunately, we had to do this all together, and pointing at each other wasn't something we were willing to do.
Okay, can we go back and can we talk about this statement? So the question was, do you think based on Kaylee's injuries that she was targeted? You did, Evelyn. And he says
it was another person that they were looking for. I mean,
it was another person they were looking for. What does that mean?
Maddie might have been part of that, but
Maddie might have been part of that. So the only thing I can think of that would be 2 would be Maddie and Xana with the connection of the restaurant. That's true, sips of coffee. They should be released, redacted, and no juveniles. That's how we keep transparency and accountability. Everybody's screaming for the Epstein files, but not these. Same idea. I think redactions are there for a purpose. I noticed that, but wondering if he's trying to distance himself from mentioning BK. Yeah, me too. He's talking about the authorities were looking for two. No, I don't think that's what he means. I think he means two victims were targeted. He thinks that two victims could have been two specifically the people he was looking for.
Specifically?
No, I think there's some timing advance records that kind
What are timing advanced records? I need to look that up because I don't know what the hell that is. Timing advance records. Cell phone. Critical, short-lived, and often overlooked cellular network data used in criminal investigations to pinpoint a phone's approximate distance from a cell tower. So there was someone else who was close, according to the cell phone records. By measuring signal travel time, TA helps narrow location searches much more accurately than tower sector data alone. Due to rapid expiration, immediate preservation requests are essential. These records are used in criminal cases to verify alibis, prove a device was not at a crime scene, or track movements, providing a more precise location than just knowing which tower a phone connected to. TA data is often temporary and can expire in as little as 7 days. Case example, in the Brian Kohberger case, the defense challenged the, quote, short 7-day retention policy of AT&T's TA records. Timing advance records, Cy-Ray. You took it as there were two oh, shit. All right, I got to hear this again because I didn't take it that way.
No, I think there's some timing advance records that kind of lead me to believe that it was another person that they were looking for. I mean, Matt might have been part of that, but there was two individuals. But I think all the families tried not to go down a road where we blamed each other or we tried to say one person's kid.
See, now he's going into, the family's not saying, oh, one was more of a target than the other. According to Cy, it's longer than 7 days.
Kid was more responsible or had a role in this or something like that. We tried to keep it. Unfortunately, we had to do this all together, and pointing at each other wasn't something we were willing to do.
No. And by the way, I didn't know that you didn't know this information that was coming out before today. You mentioned that I believe you're going to be meeting with the governor. What are you hoping the change will be?
It's things like this. You can't. We had a prosecutor who was extremely weak. He was way over his head. He didn't know what he's doing, and he hid these. There's a reason 6 months later these things are coming out, because he never would have had the support of his community if these would have came out and said, hey, I'm going to go make a plea deal with this guy, and I'm not going to get the details of all the surroundings, the when, where, what, and how you did this. He didn't feel like he had to do that, and he hid all this stuff. And now that it's coming out, we're going to talk to the governor and say, hey, we can do better than this. And, that means we got to do laws. We can't just let one person act like a judge and jury and make a deal. And then, we live with it for the rest of our lives. And 6 months later, we're finding out new details of, the worst moments of our children's lives. It seems like a nightmare that this couldn't be legal. But we hope to make sure that it isn't legal in Idaho in the future.
And talking about legality, you and the other families have filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Washington State University, where Kohberger had been attending. Can you tell us the status of that and what you're looking for there?
We're just looking for accountability. I don't have an update on it. we expect to hear something this week, but when you reverse engineer everything that happened, we feel like in accountability. And if that's anything we've tried to bring to this case is how do we make sure this never happens to another family again? And if there was things that were missed, let's make sure that we address those and we make our community and our world a better place so nobody has to deal with this again. And that's what this is all about.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and
But the injuries sustained by Kaylee and Maddie and where they were positioned and how many injuries they sustained to their face and neck, does this give you an indication that Brian Kohberger was targeting them specifically?
No, I think there's some timing advance records that kind of lead me to believe that it was another person that.
Whoops. I'm a muted cooter. Thanks, Salty. I don't remember what I said. My dog started barking. This is my short. I think this is the same from the same interview.
To believe that it was another person that they were looking for. I mean, Matt might have been part of that, but there was two individuals. But I think all the families tried not to go down a road where we blamed each other, or we tried to say one person's kid was more responsible or had a role in this or something like that.
But the injuries sustained by Kaylee and Maddie and where they were.
Yeah, I don't think that, I don't know. I don't think if he had an accomplice, like, I just don't, who would it have been and why, you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't he, I agree with that, Jerry. He wouldn't have trusted another person in there. He's the one that studied this. He's the one that can, go into a crime scene and leave it with no DNA, contained, if you will. They did look at two individuals with connections to Maddie. I'm sure they looked at a lot of individuals in particular. However, I feel like he's talking about two people in the house being victims. I don't know. It seems so personal towards Kaylee. I think it's because she fought, to be honest. Cuomo is just something else. All right, so here's the next one with Jesse Weber. And this is with Joseph Scott Morgan. Now, the title of this one says, Idaho murders may have been sexually motivated. Forensic analyst Joseph Scott Morgan.
All right, let me bring in my good friend, Joseph Scott Morgan, forensic death investigator from Jacksonville State University, the host of the Body Bags podcast. Joseph, it's great to see you. An autopsy we talk about so many times, it can tell pieces of the story that other evidence can't. When you're looking at these injuries, these horrific injuries, what is it telling you that we didn't know before? What part of the story is it telling you? What answers is it providing you?
Well, we always expected some level of certainly of brutality. We've heard that in the wind, as they say, over and over and over again. We've had people that will say, you wouldn't believe what it looked like in there, the condition of the bodies. But here we have it in black and white, Jesse. And even by my standard, some of it is quite shocking. But yeah, this would be.
I agree with Texas Ranger 100%. He was a loner and not by choice. We heard the story about, the pool parties where he went there and they were like, go away, like you're weird. He'd hover around. He would stare at people with his sunken in eyeballs. Ugh.
And I know this is rote, but I have to say this is a classic example of overkill, Jesse. And the fact that, one, individual facilitated this makes it even more striking, because just simply the volume of injuries that we're talking about and how they're spread out over multiple regions of the bodies.
It's unfathomable.
Well, I want to bring up too, though, that Maddie and Kaylee did not have any lower extremity wounds. Theirs were all like torso, like mid chest up, right? And I think that goes along with what Salty Sleuth said, that they were still covered with the comforter, but he may have covered their faces. And I love Joseph Scott Morgan. He's great.
Fathomable that one person could do this to 4 people, stab this many times, the amount of force and exertion to do that, and how disgusting it is. When you look at Maddie and Kaylee, there are so many injuries to the scalp, the face, the neck. All the injuries that all 4 victims sustained are horrific. But does it make you believe that they might have been the focus, that they might have been the target, and for example, Xana, 67 times? The reason you see that number is because she fought back. I mean, does it give you an idea of what happened here?
Yeah, let's don't forget that there are stab wounds, or there's a mixture of incised, which are slices, as well as stab wounds, punctures to other regions of the body. Okay, but the primary concentration on both of these young women is going to be head and facial. To me personally, whenever I see that, that's an attempt on the perpetrator's part to disfigure
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I can see it kind of like this. You're not so pretty anymore, right? And I'm coming from it from a viewpoint where I don't think any of these chicks would have ever dated Brian Kohberger. Put a 1 in chat if you think these girls would have denied any advances if he made them. Put a 2 if you think they would have been interested in him, because 1, I don't think they would have been. I think women, I mean, look at all the women at his school that had to get escorts because they felt so uncomfortable. I am not going to discredit a woman's intuition of feeling uncomfortable around a man. I'm just not. Because there's something to be said for that. There were multiple women at WSU that felt so damn uncomfortable with him. Yeah, I don't think they would have given him the time of day. And I think that he could have been hovering around behind the dumpster or back in the backyard and being creepy and maybe giving Murphy treats to get Murphy, acquainted with him. Dr. Malmo says, I think Kaylee was fighting like hell and he was slashing, trying to kill her. He went there to kill, not to disfigure, in my opinion. Exactly, Salty. He wasn't getting any dates. He stared at women creepily. Right. I can't discount all of those reports from those women. Well, it was, Kelly Kell. Kelly Kell says, I was watching the Parkland shooter. Hold on, let me pin that. Because that's similar to Crumbly. I watched the Parkland shooter psych eval, and he said he shot 2 girls because they gave him a look of disgust. He was going to let them go, he said. Oh, Steven, get over it. Steven, get over it. Anyways, Ethan Crumbly also said in his journal he would shoot any girl, and then he put in parentheses, pretty. So I think there's a theme with these people. And Steven, I don't know how you can say it's a joke in regards to the student looks. The dude was creepy back in Pennsylvania at a brewery. They had him on a list that if he came in, he was to fucking leave because he was so creepy. I mean, he's been creepy since PA. Walking into his friend's mom's house and sneaking up on her, going into his friend's mom's house and stealing her iPad, and then creeping up behind her and returning it. Weird. That's not normal behavior. No, he was creepy, Megan, in Pennsylvania. Remember his friend's mother? He stole her iPad and then he walked in her house. She's in her kitchen and he's just behind her. And he returns it and says he's sorry. That's not normal to just creep into people's houses. This is not a drugs hit, Stephen. Stop it. I can't even with you. Take 5, Stephen. That's fucking stupid and ridiculous. What drugs? Yep, his first problem, I think it was actually middle school. He was obsessed with a cheerleader. I think it was actually middle school. And then he was an asshole in high school and got kicked out of the not criminal justice, but the police program he was in. I mean, these people act like there's normal accounts of him, like going on dates, going to the movies, hanging out with other TAs. No, nothing ever happened like that. He had no friends. His neighbor invited him out of pity. And the neighbor, his wife, Gabby, was like, do you have to invite that weirdo? Remember Christian Martinez? He was like, I'm going to invite Brian because I feel bad. Hello, Vogue.
Trying to rip to shred. I mean, let's face it. They're beautiful. If somebody is admiring them from afar, I want to have you or have one of these targets.
Okay, there you go. So there you go, Steve. You heard it from a professional.
And rip, trying to rip to shred. I mean, let's face it. They're beautiful. If somebody is admiring them from afar, I want to have you or have one of these targets in particular. I want to have you. No one else will have you. You have, shunned me in some way or shut me out. This is utter destruction, Jesse. You're talking about somebody
because really, I mean, let's take this into consideration. The girl that he was obsessed with back in PA in school. Okay. The girl that he was obsessed with, let's say that one of the victims reminded him of her and it triggered him. That's all it would take for someone like this. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just doesn't take much. Sometimes people are just loose cannons. And if Kaylee or Maddie or one of the, because she was blonde back in PA, she was a blonde girl. If one of those girls reminded him of the girl that shunned him, that he's been angry at, he could just take his anger out on them. And it may not have anything to do with them. We just don't know. Do you guys think he'll ever talk?
Went in here with a sharp-edged weapon, and I'm talking about a very robust weapon, and did this level of damage to their faces. I have had cases similar to this, but not this many deaths in this one location. Again, going back to the theme of one person doing this.
Whenever we see anything like this, we talk about, this is a sign of how personal it was, hatred, animosity, and again, we'll never know what was in his mind. There was talk from one of the experts that was potentially going to be called in this case that there might be evidence to suggest that Kaylee and Maddie's bodies were posed after they were killed. Do you think there's anything to support that?
Oh, here we go.
Well, I think that one of the subjects, and I can't remember, forgive me, the name is escaping me which one, but a head had been moved off of a pillow.
See, he's mirroring this. The head was moved off a pillow, and they can tell from the blood evidence that it was after death.
Onto essentially the surface of another body, and that would be glaringly obvious.
I think it was Kaylee onto Maddie, but yeah.
Right. So Kaylee onto Maddie, and Kaylee's head, according to this expert, was actually resting on the pillow. And I can get into all of the technicalities here. And just very briefly, the way you try to understand that hair in particular that is super saturated with blood, if you think about a dirty mop string, and this is the way we kind of describe it to our students, it leaves behind almost this kind of spaghetti pattern behind it. you would have lifted the head off of that and then placed it onto another surface. And that's indicative of the movement that they're talking about. I can only imagine, again, I have not seen this, but I can only imagine that that's the conclusion this individual drew. Now, there's also an indication that the bodies, plural, had been covered with a comforter. And again, you know, we don't know if faces were concealed. There's a thing that we call in death investigation called face covering, where if you have recognition of somebody, it's a way to, you know, kind of block them out so you don't have to look.
Right.
You
So
know?
you don't have to look at them. I was spot on with Joseph Scott Morgan, covering them because he doesn't want to see their face like that.
Because as humans, we identify with one another this way, which is an interesting insight into the interior of this home.
As we're processing now what they went through, and again, it's kind of unimaginable to think about it, I have to just turn the attention to something else. As we're learning about this many stab wounds, a big case in the news right now, it's coming back, is the Ellen Greenberg case. And the reason we're thinking about it is she was stabbed more than 20 times in the head, the back, other parts of her body. You know, there was always a question of whether or not this was a homicide or suicide. People would look at these injuries and say, how is it anything but a homicide? After looking at everything now in this case, how should we be thinking about the Greenberg case? Do you see comparisons?
Yeah, I do. I've always held that Ellen's case in particular, which I've been involved covering for a number of years, I've always felt like that was a frenzied attack. Simply because of the biomechanical implausibility of her particular case, where you've got an individual that is alleged, if you follow this suicide narrative, alleged to be able to take this weapon and draw it over her shoulder, bending not just at the shoulder, but also the elbow, and facilitating.
I have not covered Ellen Greenberg, but that is wild. Wild.
These injuries, and granted, some of them are in fact superficial, but I've had superficial injuries like this in homicide with multiple stab wounds. So that's nothing new under the sun, as they say. So yeah, I think that in one sense there are parallels here.
And does it make you believe that this idea of self-harm just doesn't make sense?
It doesn't make sense to me. No, because I've just never seen this many self-inflicted injuries on a subject, and there's no indication, at least in my mind and things I've heard, particularly speaking with the Greenbergs, that she was in a psychotic state, where she was completely manic, rather, I think is a more appropriate way to describe that, because it is virtually maniacal, you know, that someone would do this as a frenzied attack, Jesse.
I just want to go back to something you mentioned before, how this happened. We'll never really understand what happened in that house. But to think this one guy was able to stab all these four individuals so many times, fighting back Xana, I mean, stabbing her 67 times. It takes a tremendous amount of exertion to do this. I mean, I'm still having trouble processing how he was able to do this, right? How he was able to attack in this way. And obviously, certain victims had no idea this was coming out. And then you had Xana, who was fighting back. Just talk to me about what this tells you about the timeline of this.
Okay, so this is kind of how I've worked it out in my mind to a certain degree. I believe that this was sexually motivated. I think that, and you don't have to have a rape or an actual assault to have a sexually motivated event, okay? And when we talk about that, it can be...
because these sickos get off sexually with these killings, right? They're not normal with their fantasies or whatever. Their fantasies are not of the normal mind.
Jealousy driven, this sort of thing. And plus, many psychologists hold that knives are very phallic. All right, I'll just be very blunt about that. If you're going to choose to kill somebody over and over and over again, stabbing, that sort of thing, draw your own conclusions on that. So initially, this case started out with the two young women upstairs, perhaps thinking, the perpetrator thought that this was a single event. he's got an adrenaline dump going on relative to being fired up sexually to attack in that environment or perhaps do other harm. But when he walks in and there are two people occupying that space, it goes from that initial adrenaline dump and that kind of sexual motivation to an individual that is now being driven by probably anger and fear. Now, after this has been perpetrated, he goes downstairs and pours Anna. You know, she's alerted to this and she makes contact with him perhaps on the staircase. Again, another adrenaline dump. Now you've got fear because she perhaps is blocking his ability to exfil out of this place and he's been seen. Okay. So now this descends into a level of savagery, Jesse.
Okay. So his theory is that he met her on the staircase. So for those of you that think she didn't make it all the way upstairs, it sounds like maybe she didn't even make it to the first landing. Do you guys think she made it just past Dylan's room? And that's where she met Kohberger. And then I think she was injured before she even ran back to her room. And that he was attacking her as she ran back to her room. Maybe even grabbed her. You guys think he's talking to Ramsland? Well, Cricket Day, I think that if he covered his seats and he wore booties and he took the booties off, why would he have DNA on the brake pedal? There wouldn't be any blood. If the blood was on the booties and he took them off, threw them away, why would there be any DNA? He knew how to contain a crime scene. Okay. He was taught how to go in and examine a crime scene as a crime scene investigator. He took that knowledge and reversed it. I don't know why that's so hard for everybody to understand, because all these investigators go in there and they don't leave shit behind. They go in, they do their investigating, and they go out and they don't leave shit. He knew how to do that, except he wasn't investigating. He was killing. That's how I see it. And those were the footsteps Dylan heard where she thought it was the docks.
With the
docks
place.
boots. And
he's been seen. Okay. So now this descends into a level of savagery, Jesse, with Xana that I don't think that either you or I initially imagined. Right. Because if you think there were a lot of stab wounds upstairs with the two young women we come to Xana at this point in time, and she is just riddled with 60 plus insults all over her body, Jesse.
And Joseph, about Ethan,
Mm-hmm.
There's not enough talk about Ethan. What happened to him?
Well, you know, out of all of the injuries that were sustained in this home, he had the fewest. But Jesse, we have to understand that Ethan actually sustained stab wounds to his chest. He's got stab wounds not just in his neck where his jugular vein has been compromised, but also his subclave, which...
Yes, and this is the area where Brian targeted all of them. He knew where to freaking go in there, like in this clavicle area. Ronnie Van Halen, laughing my ass off. You all believe he did this after hearing all that audio's not real, Ronnie. The audio's at 2:30. And for those that don't think he could have done it in that amount of time, Ted Bundy did it in less amount of time with a club, with a piece of wood, with a log. And guess what? There were girls sleeping on the same floor as those 4 women. 2 were bludgeoned to death with a log. And none of the other sleeping girls heard shit. I don't know why that's so hard to understand. No one did this in the Bundy case. No one went after the sleeping roommates at the Chi Omega house and said, how come you didn't fucking hear anything? No one did that. You know why? Because it's plausible. They were sleeping. They were caught off guard. I don't know why that's so hard to get through your skull. A professional what?
Which is this major artery that goes beneath the clavicle here. It's a major blood supply. So this was clipped. His chest has filled up with blood. He's also, and the most bizarre thing I think about Ethan is that Jesse, he's got these odd incised wounds and stab wounds. Incised means cut to his lower extremities. And I've never been able to make sense out of that. I don't understand that. And I don't know that all of the explaining in the world could make sense of it. And that might remain a mystery, but that's kind of the outlier here. You know, why would...
That's another good point, Urban Infidel. If you read the autopsies, Stephen and Van Halen, you'll see that there was blood in their airways, which means they breathed in their own blood, idiots. How can you fucking scream when you're asphyxiating on your own blood? Oh, and by the way, Kaylee Gonsalves' second cause of death was asphyxiation. How do you scream when you're being asphyxiated? You can't.
Why would his lower extremities, his legs, essentially be attacked? Super bizarre.
And let me just say this, you know, every criminal defendant has a right to defense. But let me tell you, this guy, just days before, he was about to put the finger on other people, about to blame somebody else for what he savagely did. And I just, it's so hard to grasp. And I appreciate you coming on, Joseph, to make sense of what is truly a senseless act of violence against these four innocent individuals. Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much for taking the time.
I mean, it's one thing to, you know, innocent until proven guilty. That's fine. But when you see this in front of your face, give me a break. Misfit Nikki, why was Jag's blood found in... Who's Jag? I don't know what that means. At the beginning of this case, far too many creators jumped on the innocent train. Some saw the light and fixed it. Others continued to ride the train. Right. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching. He studied this, says Pines. Where to target on the body. Yep. How to keep a crime scene clean. Yep. I think he left the sheath by accident because he was on such an aroused high. He lost focus in the thrill. Okay, hold up. We're going to revisit an old J for J video. This is about Brian Kohberger finishing high school at home. So here it says that he was involved in the law enforcement program in his sophomore year and then switched to HVAC like daddy his junior year. See that? See that? Did you guys forget? Did you forget that, Stephen? He was such a loser. He got kicked out of the law enforcement program because he couldn't get along with the females. Do you get along with females, Stephen? The law enforcement program trained students to be a police officer, firefighter, or EMT, but barred certain behaviors, said Carmela Beer. It is unclear if Kohberger chose to leave the law enforcement program or was asked to leave. Yozwiak said that Kohberger was a good student with parents who took an active interest in his education and both worked for the school district at times. His mother had been a teacher's aide and his father a maintenance worker. I recall no problems. He was a regular kid, and thankfully his parents were involved in his education. I don't recall anything out of the ordinary. Kohberger's friends from that time said that the close of his high school career and the years that followed were marked by a marijuana habit graduating into heroin addiction. And that's when he began the intense workout. Casey Arndt says, honestly, I feel like he was looking for validation. That's why he fell into that crowd. And honestly, it's why he fell into the whole drug scene. So maybe that was where he finally felt accepted. I do remember the HVAC repairman at the house, Meg P. We never found out why they were there. Do you guys remember that? The HVAC being at the house, King Road house? So if he knew about HVAC, did he fuck with something else? Do you want to know a theory I have?
Oh,
Tell me what
God.
you think about this.
Let's see. How many years ago was this? This was July 24th, 2023. Here is old J theory.
Was educated, we know, in digital forensics with the criminal justice school. Now we find out that he was trained for a year in HVAC. So if I mix HVAC with digital shiz, we know that he was accused of breaking into a colleague's home or apartment and moving things around and then being the hero and setting up cameras for her. You guys have heard this story, right? We're going to be going over it in a future live. Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more.
Okay, so then I've got another one. Failed military and LE career. Is that the one we just watched? Oh, here it is. Is Brian Kohberger a good guy? Kohberger's neighbors, do they all think Brian Kohberger's a good guy? Let's revisit this one. This is back from, let's see, 2 years ago, June 16th, 2023. Let's see what I got to say here.
El Bar there in Pullman. But since we lost our music, I'll pause here. It's called Etsy Bravo.
Hold on. This is a good one here. Let's watch some of this.
People are just having a hard time wrapping their mind around the fact that 4 people were stabbed, and this person, able to stab 4 people with 2 roommates in the house and get away and still be running free now.
We know you have questions.
So do we.
So do we. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
It's crazy because literally days after these murders happened, he brought it up when I saw him in the hallway. He was like, "Oh, did you hear about these murders that happened?"
Okay, remember this? Remember this photo, you guys? Do we think this is Brian? It sure looks like him to me, dude. It sure looks like him to me. Weird. You guys remember this?
Was that they had no leads and they think it was a crime of passion.
This is the neighbor of Brian Kohberger. He was on News Nation, and this clip was actually replayed on March 16th. But while they were talking about what was at the bottom of this text message, I was looking at what was at the top. So the green is obviously the neighbor, and Brian is the gray. And if you look at the very top, it says, "Hey, you want to go to Etsy?" It looks to me like ETSI. I'm about to head over there right now. And no reply from Brian. So I don't know if he ended up going to Etsy with the neighbor. But what is Etsy? Let's take a look. Oh my goodness, what happened to my music? See, Mike, I don't make it look that easy, do I? We lost our music? What the heck? Okay, so this is where the neighbor went. That's where the neighbor went. That's a good question, Salty. I wonder if that coat was found in his possession. So this is a place that him and the neighbor, Christian, went to. But yeah, let me go back to that picture. You guys have never seen that? Some of you? This is at a WSU game, and he's wearing a Cougars hat. It looks like a Cougars scarf. Let's see. I mean, the eyes definitely look like his, don't they? Okay, so let's go back to this. There's a few more pictures that I thought were him. Let's keep watching this. Hold on. Jammer says, dude, that's him. I've got all kinds of things in here that I found. Hold on, let's go back. I have a treasure trove. D. Okay, get look that easy, do I? Heck. Bar there in Pullman. But since we lost our music, I'll pause here. It's called Etsy Bravo. And it's like a upscale lounge. They have like high-end appetizers and drinks. And his neighbor said, hey, I'm going up to Etsy right now. You want to go with? And then when I go to the Google Street View of September of 2022, I see a white truck. So I'm wondering if Brian didn't ride with this dude places. Perhaps Brian would find out that one of the girls was going to be at the Corner Club via social media, right? Everything was on social media. The girls are going to the Corner Club, or the girls are at the Corner Club. Hey, dude, you want to go to the Corner Club? Yeah, man, I'll drive. Something like that. Or can you drive? Something along those lines to where... Yeah, I don't know about that. Here's Etsy Bravo. Let's go to this.
It was really weird. So that
it was a crime of passion. Crime of passion. Those were the two things he said. There wasn't much that I could have like read. So I was like, yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah, of course.
So the neighbor, Christian Martinez, is recalling Brian saying, hey, did you hear about those murders? Okay, so hang on. Here we go.
Wing, but it was Martinez's wife that always felt something was strange. He described what his wife called a death stare, that Kohberger would just kind of look at you and maybe even try to analyze you a little bit. And so oftentimes when Chris would say, hey, I'm going to invite Brian, she would say, please don't. She kind of felt uncomfortable around him. So it was later the hindsight that really made them realize, okay, maybe his wife was picking up on something that Kohberger was putting out there.
It's crazy because like literally like days after these murders happened, he brought it up when I saw him in the hallway. He was like, oh, did you hear about these murders that happened? And it was like so short after they actually happened, like there were barely any news articles out. So there wasn't much that I could have like read. So I was like, yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah, of course I've heard about him. He was like, yeah, it seems like they don't have any leads. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, there's not much about it, you know, there's nothing, I have no details really to say. But yeah, and then he's like, yeah, it seems like they think it was a crime of passion. Those were the two things he said, was that they had no leads and they think it was a crime of passion.
Had no leads and they think it's a crime of passion is what Brian told his neighbor. And the neighbor's like, there was not much information out there. Look at, shout out to Jammers coming in with the super chat. Back then.
he mainly just stood to the side and was really observant, and so much so that based on that one small interaction, he knew exactly who I was maybe a month or so later when I saw him on that.
Do you guys think this is him? Put a 1 in chat if you think this is Brian. Put a 2 if you don't think it's Brian. This is a picture I found. This guy was hanging out in the IU or UI like
I don't know, main area. Like they have a bunch of tables. I don't know what they call it.
That hike. It was really weird how he approached me and the people that I was with, because he acted kind of like we were.
Okay, I'm going to stop here because I see a lot of you saying that's not Kohberger, that's not Kohberger. Do you think that looks like him? This is Kohberger. Okay. I was convinced this is Kohberger. You guys say no. Some of you say yes. I think he changed his looks. I think he got a haircut to look like those cops. I think he was playing games. See the haircut? I don't know. The cafeteria.
And so much stuff.
What if he changed his looks though? Steven's screaming, no. The ears are different. It's pretty close. If it's not him, it's pretty damn close.
So that based on that one small.
You know what I mean? I was convinced. Manipulates shit. I don't know, guys, but this was a picture that was put out in the New York Times. And it was, yes, it was in the New York Times. Why would the New York Times use this? I zoomed in. I zoomed out. And when I zoomed in, I saw this. Now look at the haircut. The haircut looks like one of the cops' haircuts. Mm-hmm. And if you think back to Ted Bundy used many different looks and disguises. He's got a haircut with that part defined on the side. The jawline doesn't look right. It's the angle, though. And you have to remember, this was way zoomed out. I don't know, guys.
I knew exactly who I was maybe a month or so later when I saw him on that hike. It was really weird how he approached me and the people that I was with.
He didn't have a lot of friends, but the people that I spoke to in Washington said over and over, he was analyzing people, kind of taking mental notes. So it seemed, so that man right there that we just heard from Zach Cartwright, he didn't even remember Bryan Kohberger when he saw him again, but Kohberger knew exactly who he was. So I don't know if you can necessarily say that's calculated, but we can likely say that Kohberger was taking mental notes about people and keeping tabs on them.
We're asked not to be identified.
He brought it up in conversation, asked if I had heard about the murders, and which I did, and then he said, yeah, it seems like they have no leads. It seems like it was a crime of passion. At the time of our conversation, it was only like, a few days after it had happened, so there wasn't much details out. I try to remember everything that I can, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
In an exclusive interview, one of Bryan Kohberger's neighbors in Pullman, Washington, told us the suspected killer spoke to him about the murders. The neighbor asked not to be identified.
He brought it up in conversation, asked if I had heard about the murders, and which I did, and then he said, yeah, it seems like they have no leads. It seems like it was a crime of passion.
In one previous conversation, he said Kohberger asked him if he'd be able to kill someone as a member of the military. Another time, the neighbor told us he'd mentioned watching Netflix's drama series about Jeffrey Dahmer.
Wait. I just had a weird thought. Hold on. He asked... Okay, hang on.
Crime of passion.
In one previous conversation, he said Kohberger asked him if he'd be able to kill someone as a member of the military.
What about Kopaka? Did he meet Kopaka and ask Kopaka if, as a member of the military, he'd be able to kill? Ted Bundy actually had several vehicles, Stephen. He actually had a van as well. He stole vehicles. So you're wrong on that. What if he has prosthetic ears? What if he put fake ears on? Hey, Global. But listen, what if he met Kopaka and said, hey, dude, as a member of the military, could you kill? Why is he asking this Christian Martinez, who's been in the military, if he could kill? If he'd be able to kill? I mean, what did he think the guy was going to say? Yeah, dude, I'd fucking kill. Weird.
Another time, the neighbor told us he'd mentioned watching Netflix's drama series about Jeffrey Dahmer, allegedly prompting Kohberger to share how rare serial killers are.
He had a very kind and good side to him.
We also spoke to another neighbor of Kohberger's who said they talked to each other about their grad school research. Kohberger was pursuing a PhD in criminology.
He mentioned he likes to study about the role of police, and he, I think, told me that he wants to work with them.
Did you realize when you heard about the arrest it was him? Gosh, what was that like for you?
Yes, I and my family very shocked. Yeah, especially my wife.
Okay, here it is. Here it is, more zoomed out. If it ain't him, it's his frickin' twin. Sylvia says his ears are very low on his head. I mean, this is an angle taken from way far away. Looking for insight or looking for a partner? Kopaka was never mentioned in any court papers, so just another wrong direction. Well, I don't think we've seen all the court papers, Stephen. The eyebrows aren't bushy, says Little Miss K. Well, if it's not him, I want to know who this is because this guy looks just like him. You just can't see it. Love you the most. Chin don't look the same. I don't know. He might have been sitting there just watching. What if he really does have a twin brother? Oh, dun dun dun. It'd be like a Lifetime movie, Steven. That would be some shit, though. I mean, what if he did? The chin don't lie. All right, let's keep going.
At that time, she did not sleep very well. Yeah, she's worried about it.
If you notice, they have Bibles. They're reading Bibles. So I don't know if this is like some kind of Catholic thing he got involved with for some reason, but clearly it looks like they're reading Bibles. And he's giving them like a death stare. Like, what is that? He's looking at somebody. He's looking right between the two guys. Tinfoil hats. Oh, by the way, this is the UI Commons. This is at University of Idaho Commons. No, he cut the curls off. You guys can't tell that his hair is short and obviously styled different. Okay. You know what? No, y'all, I was so convinced that this was him. Kalo says, yes, that's for him. That's for sure. Look at him. You can actually trim your eyebrows. You can tint your eyebrows. You can make them lighter with hair color. More likely that these guys he's with are also informants that are drug dealers, and they're all concocting their plan for the 13th of November. That's what's going on in this picture right now.
My wife, at that time, she could not sleep very well. Yeah, she's worried about it. He is unrest.
Did you ever go up and ask him what he's doing at midnight, or?
Sometimes and I'm here. Sometimes the voice in front of us, we wake up, and sometimes my wife wants go outside to knock the door, but I stopped her.
She never did.
She never did.
All right, so those are the interviews with the neighbors. So I guess it's more likely
that Brian Kohberger is an informant, and other people did this, and he's just there to be the center guy. He's the hero. He's the hero. Because Brian Kohberger's Catholic. That's why. He has a Catholic priest coming to visit him, right? That's what was reported, that he is... Yeah, he was plucking his eyebrows back, girl. Yep. Olivia Gonsalves mentioned how he plucked his eyebrows out, practicing his Catholic religion. That's why I said that. Oh, it was reported he was... See? And it was reported that he was practicing his Catholic religion. So maybe he went there and he was reading the Bibles with them, coming to visit him, right? That's what was reported, that he is practicing his Catholic religion. That's why I said that. How do you know he didn't use a straightener? How do you know that he didn't? We don't know, but we do know he got a haircut. So you guys can put together what you want. I'm not here to convince you either way. I'm just here to show you what's out there. And this is what's out there. And it's out there for a reason. The New York Times didn't just post this random picture of 3 people sitting in the UI Commons from a distance just because. Like, you have to use your common sense at some point. Here's the original photo. Okay. And that's okay. This is the original photo right here. And the New York Times chose this of all the photos, right, to talk about the Idaho case. Zoomed in. It was way, way, way far out than that even. Okay. It showed the whole freaking building. And you're going to tell me that was just randomly put out because there's 3 dudes sitting there drinking coffee. just for the hell of it. The New York Times thought that would be interesting content.
Okay.
Because that's what they do. That's what journalists do. They just take rando pictures that mean absolutely nothing and put them in their publications for a highly profiled case. Okay. Sounds like a plan, Stan.
But it was Martinez's wife that always felt something was strange. He described what his wife called a death stare, that Kohberger would just kind of look at you and maybe even try to analyze you a little bit. And so oftentimes when Chris would say, hey, I'm going to invite Brian, she would say, please don't. She kind of felt uncomfortable.
Do it. See, she was like, please don't invite that lunatic. She knew.
Around him. So it was later the hindsight.
Okay. So his wife, the neighbor, felt bad for this dude. And we heard early on that Brian's dad said, he doesn't have any friends if you could hang out with him. So his dad says, oh, he needs friends. So this guy feels bad for him and wants to like invite him places. And so he does. So we know they hung out. And there were times when he wanted to invite Brian out of pity. Pity. This guy played the pity card. Okay? He played the pity card, and this dude felt bad for him because he was an outcast. And his wife was like, no. He's got a death stare, and he creeps me out. So it just so happens that the big drug informant has a death stare. Gotcha.
It really made them realize, okay, maybe his wife was picking up on something that Kohberger was putting out there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because when his hair is curly, it's crazy. He looks like... See, I thought this could be him here in this picture, but now I'm not so sure. I think that could have been one of the college buddies. Yeah, his dad was like, he needs friends. If you could be his friend, it'd be great. All right, let's see what else we've got in this. Oh, God, we bring this up again. Okay, hold on.
He likes to study about the role of...
And we don't know when his nose got broke. That's a bit.
Allegedly prompting Kohberger to share how rare serial killers are.
He had a very kind and good side to him.
We also spoke to another neighbor of Kohberger's who said they talked to each other about their grad school.
I think told me that he
wanted to be a cop, and he couldn't. Jen Fisher, the color gray. Kohberger not having many friends is actually not his problem. But it's on the uneducated side of others. Stephen, he was a dick. He was a prick, even to the people that he was friends with. All right, Stephen, are you ready? I got more for you. Stephen, I am here for it. I am here for it. Hold on. Let's see what this one's all about. Let's try this one on for size. Court appearance, Flugel, 23. Okay, hold on. Video about BK. All right, let's see what this is about. Opioids in one way, shape, or form. There's got to be at least everybody here has at this point in time. So apparently this is BK as well. High with his friends. This one's dead. Now, don't you think that she kind of resembles Xana? What do you guys think? Hey, Judy Lynn. I'm trying to find the one about the, hold on. Let's see. Do you guys remember this one? This is where we found out, This is where we found out, damn it, that he had tummy tuck. So that was a girl that he was close to that died. But there was someone there when she died, y'all, that took off. She overdosed, and the person that was with her took off. Did you know that? I'm not making anything up, Stephen. You are. You're saying this was a drug hit. I've got proof right here. I'm gonna show you proof. You ain't got no proof that there was any drug hit. Kohberger is the one that was the heroin addict. If anybody was an addict, it was Kohberger. Fight me. Monroe County rests at Pennsylvania's northeastern edge. Oh, let me fix New Jersey my screen. Is just one county over from the New York state line. Consequently, the Poconos region sits adjacent to the nation's largest heroin trafficking hub and market, according to the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. Pennsylvania maintains one of the nation's highest rates of drug overdose deaths annually, consistently in the top 5 in recent years. In 2020, Monroe County far outpaced the state in the category, ranking 3rd among Pennsylvania's 67 counties. Drug abuse is a problem in the area. The region has one of the highest rates of overdose deaths and one of the worst hit states for the U.S. opioid epidemic. Kohberger had his own lengthy battle with drug addiction. Several former friends told the Idaho Statesman. And a couple big losses came along with that addiction. Brian Kohberger lost 2 friends from his friend group
to drugs. From all accounts that we've heard, many people from Kohberger's past remember his considerable weight loss in high school. The dramatic change occurred between his junior and senior years. Kohberger also started kickboxing every day after school and running in the evenings with a neighbor. He also became hyper-focused on what he ate, to the point that he developed an eating disorder that required hospitalization, according to his friend, Jack Bayless. His friend Casey Arntz estimated that Kohberger weighed more than 300 pounds, and the amount he lost was as much as half his body mass. And it was so rapid that Kohberger had tummy tuck surgery because he was left with so much excess skin. During the same time period, friends say Kohberger's personality also shifted, and he became more aggressive. In high school, Kohberger also started using heroin with classmate Ashley Flugel. Flugel later faced a raft of drug charges in 2017 and 2018, including a felony count of intent to distribute a controlled substance. In May of 2018, before her court appearance, Flugel, 23, died of an accidental drug overdose. However, there is an article in the Pocono Record stating that police were looking for a man who was at her house when she overdosed.
Boom. You hear that? His friend happens to overdose, and there was a man there that they could not find or identify. And you can find that on your own. That article exists. Pocono Record.
We're looking for a man who was at her house when she overdosed. And that article read, state police investigators say they want to question a man who fled from a Monroe County home where a 23-year-old woman died of a drug overdose. On Wednesday morning, Richard T. Shinsky had allegedly been in the home in the 1200 block of Lindsay Lane in Effort, Chestnut Hill Township, where troopers discovered Ashley M. Flugel dead. State police at Fern Ridge said. State police say they were dispatched at 10:32 a.m. Wednesday to the Lindsay Lane home for a report of a woman who was unresponsive from an apparent overdose. When troopers arrived, they found Flugel dead. Suspected packets of heroin, stamped party time, and apple, hypodermic needles, and drug paraphernalia, police said. Police say Shinsky had been at the house and fled before troopers arrived. Besides being wanted for questioning in Flugel's death, police said Shinsky is wanted in Lehigh County. Police did not give Shinsky's age or description. And there was no follow-up I could find on this story. Except for the fact that Ashley has a brother named Brian, who was jailed also on drug charges and ditched some evidence in his case on that same road where his sister overdosed. And as you can see, his friend Ashley also made quite the transformation in her body. But what else was interesting to note is that his friend Ashley was gay, and she credits her girlfriend in this post for giving her the confidence that she has. When I took a look at Ashley's social media, I noticed that her favorite book is called Burn. I have to wonder if maybe this was the book that Bryan Kohberger could have outlined. Potato! We can only imagine the effect that Ashley's death may have had on Bryan Kohberger's psyche. But this wasn't the only death.
Potato!
In his friend group. Look at her from drugs.
Look at her birthday, September 11th.
Jeremy Saba, a neighbor that lived 2 houses down from Kohberger.
Okay, so Jeremy Saba is the one that Bryan Kohberger stole his mother's laptop and then snuck in on her to return it.
His childhood home was part of that group and introduced Kohberger to heroin, according to his friends Bayless, Casey, and Thomas Arntz. Saba and Kohberger could be seen together in a photo that Saba posted on Facebook in August 2016. 4 months after Saba was arrested and charged with a DUI and misdemeanor possession of drug paraphernalia. He later pleaded guilty to both charges.
And this is him here. I mean, the many faces and looks of Kohberger.
According to Pennsylvania court records. And Kohberger's friend Bayless had this to say about Saba. I didn't like him personally because he got my boy into heroin. He also mentioned his falling out with Kohberger for several years over his drug issues.
I think drugs goofed him pretty bad. He was having a time. He'd tell me,
I'm clean now. I'm totally clean now.
That's what they
and
all
he got
say.
bleeding track marks on his arms.
Bleeding track marks.
Kohberger had no known criminal record before he was charged with 4 counts of murder and 1 count of felony burglary in the November 13th Moscow homicides. Saba was arrested again in September of 2018 for misdemeanor possession of a controlled substance, pleaded guilty, and received a year probation. In March of 2021, Saba, 27, died of an accidental drug overdose, according to the Monroe County coroner. So hearing from Casey Arntz that after Brian Kohberger's weight loss, he had weight loss surgery. Could that have been when his opioid addiction began? Was Brian Kohberger prescribed opioids at some juncture and then fell in with his neighbor, started doing heroin, and then the rest was downhill? Do you think that if Kohberger never did heroin, that he may not be sitting where he is right now? Do you think that that changed him? Because it sounds to me from all accounts of his friends, between that junior and senior year, Brian Kohberger, his attitude changed and his physical appearance changed. Or do you think it was underlying and it was bound to come out sooner or later? And what about the mysterious or somewhat mysterious death of his friend Ashley? Is it possible that Kohberger could have been at that house as well on the morning that she died? And what happened to Shinsky? Did they ever catch him? Did they ever question him about Ashley's death? I can't find any follow-up. So lots of unanswered questions as far as that goes. Okay, so what do you guys think of that? Yeah, he was partying young. I mean, I don't know, how he got into the heroin or whatever. I was trying to find that info about the brewery. I just found one from JLR. Let's watch. Here it is. Okay, so Steven, you say he wasn't creeping people out back in PA? Show was. Take a listen to this, courtesy of JLR.
This was just reported by the Daily Mail. Idaho killer is accused of scaring female staff at brewery and branding one a BI, you know what I'm saying, for spurning his advances, as it's revealed FBI tracked his Hyundai across U.S. for 4 days before nailing him. Brian Kohberger, 28, was taken into custody Friday from a brutal Idaho quadruple murders that gripped the nation. Jordan Serlonek, 34, owner of the Seven Siren Brewing Company, accused Kohberger of harassing his female staff and customers at a Pennsylvania bar. Interesting. While there, Jordan Serlonek, if I didn't say his name properly, I apologize, 34, who runs Seven Sirens Brewery Company, said Kohberger had problematic interactions with women at his bar. He told NBC workers labeled Kohberger in their systems as a guy who made creepy comments and said he once called a staffer a BIT for spurning his advances. The scrutiny into Kohberger's character comes as he denies.
Okay, this brings me back. Oh my God. Remember when Steve Gonsalves said that Kaylee went on a date and that the guy said, "Make me a quesadilla, you bitch." And she was like, "F this." Like she had just broken up with Jack. Let me know in chat if you guys remember that. Have we ever found out who that date was? And don't you think that the Gonsalves family would want to know who that guy was? I mean, your daughter goes on a date with someone who calls her a bitch. She storms out, but they never look into who that guy was. Who was he? Why haven't we heard who he was, that he was interviewed? That would be someone they would definitely look at, no? And we got him here in Pennsylvania telling this staffer at a bar or at a brewery that she's a bitch because she didn't want anything to do with him. You know, I mean, all these pieces, they just have to fit together. There's too many that fit together to ignore putting them together, if that makes sense. Yeah, make me a damn quesadilla. And she was like, make your own quesadilla. And he said, or make me a damn quesadilla, bitch. I wish I could find that clip of him.
The allegations.
I'll look.
While police believe he is guilty after it was revealed, the
Oops. Shit. Damn it, JLR. Son of a bitch. Hold on. Sorry.
FBI tracked this Hyundai across the country for 4 days before Christmas, then arrested him at the Poconos. And this is the owner of the bar. This is the owner of the Seven Siren Brewing Company, Jordan. And this is a picture of the bar. It's located in, it says here, less than an hour away from Kohberger's Pocono home. It's actually in Bethlehem. Reading his staffer's notes on Kohberger, he said of Central Valley, said, hey, this guy makes creepy comments. Keep an eye on him. He'll have 2 or 3 beers and then just get a little too comfortable. The brewery owner noted that Kohberger would also ask women in the bar, but they were...
Okay, so he would have 2 or 3 beers and he would loosen up. Right? Hold on, let me play this short. Just going to play the audio.
She's a pretty girl. Her friends were really pretty, so them attracting attention was pretty common wherever they went. So I think she attracted attention. Whether that's a dedicated person following her around, maybe not. I do believe that the officers looked in it, and I believe what they said, that there was no evidence there.
Are you confident with the way they're investigating?
I think it's hard to say this way or that. They're obviously holding it very tight to chest, which could either be a really, really great sign or really, really bad sign. And I think depending on not even the day, the hour, especially my dad and I, we go back and forth between they got this and kind of falling apart a little bit and, you know, really looking at.
Okay, that's very early on. That's very early on where they were still having hope. You know what I mean? But that's not quite the one I wanted. Let's see. Okay, remember the vape shop manager also said that Kaylee had a stalker? I wonder if they were going to bring him in as a witness. Hey, Lynn Allen. What do you guys think of the vape shop guy? Remember this report? Take a listen to this.
Month since 4 University of Idaho students were brutally stabbed and murdered. News Nation learning detectives continue to analyze surveillance video, including from an apartment building near the crime scene. The owner of the building told me his cameras picked up a light-colored car going normal speed just before 3 a.m. the morning of the murders. He says police got the video 1 or 2 days after the killings and told him the FBI was going to try to enhance the video. It's unclear if that is how detectives came up with the white Hyundai Elantra that they're looking for.
We have looked at massive amounts of video footage, especially in the critical camera areas, and we've looked at the 24 hours prior to and 24 hours after of those, and now we're extending that out even further to other cameras and other time frames.
Meanwhile,
clearly, Chief Fry knew nothing of what he was talking about.
Questions remain about a motive for the killings.
So Kaylee and Maddie would both come in very happy, very friendly. You know, they always were just such a smile on their face.
Okay, this is the vape. Jesus Christ, this is the vape shop owner. Hold on. Listen to this.
This Moscow, Idaho vape shop owner says victims Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan visited the shop about 6 times and talked about a stalker.
I made a joke about it earlier. It was like, you know, hey, you know, coming together and stuff like that. You know, just, you know, it's nice to see you guys trying to stay safe. And one of them more or less openly says, oh yeah, we've had a friend of ours be stalked before. So this is kind of why we all travel in a group like this. And just
was it Kaylee who said that? Do you remember?
No, it was Maddie who actually said that. So Maddie said it, and it was kind of like more mentioning, like motioning to Kaylee too, like who was right next to her. So you could tell that like they obviously all were trying to keep Kaylee safe, you know, and be there for her as good friends.
Kaylee's family says she never mentioned a specific stalker to them, and police have said in the past they haven't found evidence of a stalker. We talked to a store manager who said that he had some information that Kaylee may have been stalked. Is that something investigators are looking into?
Remember this lady? She came and went pretty fast. Who the hell was she? Remember she was like the PIO for the police? Like who? What happened to her, I wonder?
When we hear people report that kind of thing, we definitely want to hear about it. And we ask that people call our...
Robbie Johnson. Robbie Johnson. I don't think I've ever seen her on their website. Who the hell is she?
Our tip line, because that is where they can get connected to the people who really know what to ask and what they need to hear to see if that is something we can use or not.
And that store manager told me that he did reach out to Moscow police, that he called the tip line, and also that police officers were in his store just a couple of days after the murders looking for surveillance video.
Okay, so what happened with that? The vape shop owner called the tip line. They went to the store. They got surveillance. What happened? I have so many questions.
Nicole?
All right, Brian, thank you for that. Some new information there. Joining me now, Jonathan.
Oh, we're not going to watch him. I was just scrolling through here looking for the stalker comments. And then, remember, Mrs. Gonsalves Christie got threatened at court. Well, here he says that Kohberger made a statement by targeting Kaylee and Maddie. He has a lot of conflicting statements, I will say that. Robbie Johnson has been on just about every Boise news station and worked for several other places as public relations. She seems to just kind of bounce around the state. Hey, Michelle G. I was trying to find where he talks about stalking. I know I have shorts on it, but damn, is it hard to go through those. Hang on. All right, how about this?
Did you have, or in the recent history, have anybody that you thought might have been stalking you, or that was just acting weird?
No, but me and Ben were talking. Remember about a month ago, I think that one of the police officers that Kaylee was outside taking Murphy out, and she saw a shadow.
Yep. Okay.
And then when Kaylee was at Winco, Xander was in the car. She noticed this guy was following her. She got what she's getting, put it in the car, and she could see in her mirror that the guy was behind her in the car.
Okay.
So obviously he was trying to follow her. And then that was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. About a week ago, our door is broken, but me, Maddie, and Ben came home and the door is wide open. And obviously, yes, the door is broken, but that could also be something else as well.
They came home, remember their washer was going. There were weird things going on, y'all. I mean, it's not one thing, and that's what people are looking for. People like Steve and the other Kohbergers, they're looking for one thing and one thing only. Well, with this case, you don't have one thing. You have many, many things. And for those of us that can think deep and critically, we can kind of put those things together. Right? So here's another one. Let's listen to this. Wait, we already did. We already did that one. Hold on. This one.
Welcome back. There has been so much information floating around for the past several weeks about this case.
This is December 4th, so this is not even a month after the murders. Let's see what's said.
It is true. Some of it has obviously been rumors, and a lot of the talk has been focused on whether Kaylee Gonsalves may have actually had a stalker. I asked her family to clear that up.
Can you talk a little more about, a lot of people have been wondering if Kaylee had a stalker, if that was really true?
I said this, she's a pretty girl, her friends are really pretty, so them attracting attention was pretty common wherever they went. So I think she attracted attention, whether that's a dedicated person following her around, maybe not. I do believe that the officers looked in it, and I believe what they said, that there was no...
Yeah, that's not the one. I'm trying to find the one about the date, but I probably won't be able to find it. Steve Gonsalves.
I think the autism is just another avenue he was going to try to use for his defense. That's BS. Autism doesn't make you kill. I don't know whoever told people that, but it doesn't. Yeah, I can't find it. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. We've got Joseph Scott. We did that one. Let me close that out. We talked about that. 7 Sirens.
Who they were with and where they lived. When they ignored him, he would get upset with them a little bit. The bar owner said the last he spoke with Kohberger, he confronted the man about his alleged inappropriate behavior. I went up to him and said, "Hey, Brian, welcome back. We appreciate you coming back. I just want to talk to you real quick and make sure that you're going to be respectful this time and we're not going to have any issues." He said the 28-year-old was startled. He was shocked that I was saying that. "I don't know what you're talking about. You totally have me confused." Kohberger never showed up at the bar ever again. So there you go. There's a story by the...
See? How can you defend this stuff? It's the interview where they're defending Jack. Okay. Let's see if it's this one.
The murder of those 4 University of Idaho students. One of the victims' ex-boyfriends named Jack
and sister were asked about the relationship today on CNN.
He is not listed, notably, as someone who has been cleared in the investigation. To your knowledge, is that significant?
No, I don't personally think so, because I think that there's the entire rest of the world that's also not on that list of people who have been cleared,
right.
Including Maddie's boyfriend, including any associates of Xana or Ethan that might not be involved. I don't find that significant at all.
Kaylee and her best friend Madison Mogan called Jack 10 times, an hour before they were murdered. Police today made it clear they do not suspect him.
We're also aware of a male whom Madison and Kaylee had called several times the morning of November 13th, and we do not suspect that individual.
One citizen sleuth pointed out that Murphy may have seen everything that went on that terrible night, if only the dog could speak. Video now going viral shows victims Madison Mogan, Shayna Kernodle, and the other roommates also taking loving care of Murphy. Kaylee's dad believes the killer knew the layout of the house.
Somebody could have partied in the house and got an idea or got the confidence to pull that off.
Police say they are chasing down reports that Kaylee had a stalker.
So far, we have not been able to corroborate it, but we're not done looking into that.
And the hunt for the killer will go on throughout the Thanksgiving holiday. State police are calling for calm.
We ask you and we ask the public to please remain patient as this investigation unfolds.
Now the husband accused of murdering his...
Oh, geez. You say it's Chronicle of Olivia? I can't even find that interview, y'all. All I see is about their love, their newly found love. Did she take that interview down? Because I don't see it. All right. I don't know. If you guys find it, let me know. But yeah, I mean, just proving the point. Sorry about that. I just think there's a lot of parallels that are a little bit strange. But thanks for going back in time with me. Let me come back on my camera. Okay, there we are. I wanted to go through some more of these pictures because we have not looked at even a quarter of them. I'm not going to look at all of them, but I did want to go over some of the ones that we didn't the other day and just kind of go through them like we did. Okay, Texas, you need my email? Oh, it's right there in the chat. Thank you. There's just a couple that I had questions about, honestly. Here's those footprints that we're supposed to believe are Brian's here. Right? Number one, what do you mean, Astastic? Nice name, by the way. I think he was a size 13, right? Yeah, I don't like that picture. Especially seeing now why it's bleeding and seeing the puddle. The shitty thing is we don't have timestamps. Like, why do these look so different? The Dr. German, I don't know. That's why I'm saying I'm confused. We don't have timestamps on when these were taken. I mean, we can guess the sun's going down. Is it the same day as the murders? Nobody knows. Because wasn't there a cop standing here the whole time guarding? Where's he at? Is he inside? Astastic, I don't know if you're behind in the stream, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I feel like you're behind. I don't know what you're talking about. I wonder if the snow shoe prints have the diamond pattern like inside. Good question. Will we ever know? The thing that gets me too is like if they think he walked out and had these shoe prints here, right? Did they do Blue Star here? Did they do Blue Star coming out the door? You know what I mean? Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Because I didn't see any pictures of that, but I haven't gotten through all of them. Oh, you're talking about the footprints. Oh, it was Fox Digital? Was it really Fox Digital? Our fave. And remember, we saw this little piece of paper in the early on in the evidence things, and we couldn't really make it out. What do you guys think this is? Do you think this just fell out of one of the cars? I think it's weird that there's papers from the cars, but it definitely says Maddie Mogan. Yeah, I can't with tunnels. Hey, Annie. I think this is the picture we saw, but we couldn't make it out at the time. They're not Brian's footprints. Whose are they, Astastic? Hey, Cycle Breaker. Oh, finally, we see the bathroom. Okay, so this is the upstairs bathroom. This is Maddie's room here, or is this? No, this is Xana's room, right? This is Xana's room, and this is the bathroom. And you see blood right here. Hang on. I want to see pictures inside that bathroom. And I don't know if there are any.
Like, did anybody go in this bathroom? Because I don't know why Dylan said she heard Xana in the bathroom. One of the police officers, I have to find it, MPD stated that. Catherine O'Hara died. I know, I heard. Yeah, she heard someone in the bathroom. And I still don't understand how blood got all the way over on the other side of the stairs to go downstairs. Do you guys understand this? How did it get all the way over here and hit right there? And then another drop right here. How? This is going down to the front door. Wait a minute, what is this? Oh, maybe this was from Hunter after he went in the room. What is that? Well, I'm thinking of Home Alone, right? She was the mom in Home Alone. I bet Macaulay Culkin is upset today. He thought of her like a mother. I wish Shane would come in. Maybe because he was chasing Xana and that's cast off from the knife. That far away, though? It's just wild how far, I guess it. Look at all of it. And that's on the other side of the stairs. There's more here. Some up here. It's Kaylee and Maddie's, right. But then there's Ethan's on the other side edge of this. Now this I understand because it's close, right? But man, it being way over here on this ceiling or on this wall, that's wild to me. That is wild. Well, Sylvia, I was thinking if he checked for a pulse or touched something with blood on it, that Hunter might have blood. You know what I mean? Now that I understand. So this is the knife Hunter took in when he was walking around the house that he got out of the kitchen, right? And he grabbed a dirty one. He just grabbed a fucking knife. But there's blood on the beer pong table as well. I know the full confession should have been given. I agree. It was a frenzied attack of, oh yeah. Okay, so here's the stairs going up by Dylan's room, right? And there's blood there. There's a close-up of it. Okay, so maybe Xana made it to this point because this is the first point where they see blood, right? Anywhere near the railing. So maybe she made it just past the landing.
Xana and Kaylee's blood is on the pong table. If he wants to transfer out of Idaho, make him tell where the clothes and weapon are. Good idea. Lead us to the clothes, the weapon, and tell us why you did this if there's any reason that we don't know. I haven't seen Steven, so I don't know. I don't know if he's blocked. He might be timed out. So here we are again by the front. This is the front door down here. And this is that same stuff we saw that must have just flown, you know. I didn't say Hunter's blood was on there. I said Ethan's. I never said that. I never said Hunter's blood was anywhere in this house. I said that was the knife he got, and there's blood on the pong table, and that blood is mixed. I never said it was Hunter's blood. Well, you can't lie. If they can't find the weapon in the clothes, then he doesn't get transferred. He either produces where it is or he doesn't. Oh, Steven is in a timeout for 30. Oh, okay. Sorry, Astastic. I'm a little ahead of you. He wasn't the one who did it. There are 4 people. Okay. Okay. 4 people now. 4 people went in there and did it. It just, the stories keep getting better and bigger as we go. My God. Where is this at? There is blood with hair in it right there. Where is this? Anybody know? Because that sure looks like blood holding a piece of hair there. I'd love to know whose hair that is. There's hair out. That's probably one of the girls or whatever. But that other one was short. Yeah, we did that the other day, Astastic. We sure did. Thank you, Texas Ranger. I wonder if that ended up being blood. There was just an ad to visit Pennsylvania. Right in front of the sink here. Now, this is, again, the stairs going outside, right? Or no, going upstairs. That's that same blood. Okay. There's the upstairs. And then like three steps down, you start to see blood on the railing. Astastic, I did read the defense expert say that there was 2 people. It doesn't mean there was. It means that's what their defense expert says. The prosecution's expert says there was 1 person. But nowhere in there does it say there was 4. Hello, Mrs. Olga. Stay warm. All right, we went through these already. I'm going to skip past. We did Kaylee's room. I wanted to see the kitchen. There we go. The kitchen with the blue star is what I wanted to look at. I had hopes they found something yesterday. PKC in what case? Well, what about his mother talking to him for hours on end the day of the murders? You think he wanted his mother to testify to what they talked about? I don't think so. Right, and 4 people keep a secret so well. And those other 3 didn't leave any DNA. Just Brian. Now, from what Joseph Scott Morgan said, he said that this blue star makes blood look white. Okay? Does this look white to you? Or would we not see it because we're not under a fluorescent light? Thor, there is no proof of that. 4 weapons. Where do you get that from? You guys are crazy. You don't always have to make more than what it is. You know what I mean? It doesn't, not everything's a conspiracy. Now, granted, there are a lot of unanswered questions. But does that mean that there's a whole ass different story? No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. I don't know why they didn't collect all this garbage, though. That's really weird to me. That they would just let all this sit here. Like, did Murphy piss on that? Like, what's going on here? There's pizza crust. They didn't bother to pick up any of this. We should, Tim Sparks. Oh, really? In Blaine. They found the body of a missing person. Oh, geez. Well, there was signs that there could have been a second weapon because of the marks on Kaylee's face. But some have determined it could have been a hand or the handle of the K-bar. Don't call others crazy. Well, you don't have to watch Thor. I mean, thanks for being here. You could hit the like. No, don't block Thor. People are allowed to have their opinions. I don't mind hearing it. I'm not always right. I'm not always right. I don't. I have questions too. Oh my God, Thor, I just said. I just answered you before you even attacked me. I knew what was coming next. Absolutely not. I'm not a forensic expert. Cycle Breaker said, I think Ethan's legs were targeted because he couldn't risk Ethan getting up. So what do you guys think of this right here? How this is brighter than the rest. Is that blood? I just don't think we're getting the full story. I agree with that. Hey, Paul. Thor, you can talk with Paul Sorensen. What do you guys think this is showing up here? I need to know. Oh, Angie B got him. Yeah, and Joseph Scott Morgan said this makes blood come up white when it comes in contact with blood. And those look like footprints in blood to me. Like remnants or something. I don't know. Was there cleanup? It looks strange to me. I don't think it would be snow because they're not going to be traipsing through here and because none of this is white. And I don't think that they used it incorrectly. Joseph Scott Morgan said that they used an abundance of it because it's not visible to the naked eye, Urban Infidel. And he said they used an overabundance because they were looking for any sign of cleanup. They weren't looking for prints or marks necessarily. They were looking for signs of cleanup in the kitchen because that's where someone would be prone to clean up. So my question was, did they do this in the bathrooms? Thank you, Supreme Danny. Blue Star shows up white when blood is present. Thank you. And salt is not going to give a false positive. Bleach might. That's why they put so much around the sink and shit. They were looking for smear marks. They were looking for evidence of cleanup. And there's a reason that they suspected cleanup, in my opinion. He's not wrong about the white. Look it up. Go Google it, Astastic. It's a simple Google search. You're going to try my patience. That's something simple you can look up yourself. Oh my God. You guys are killing me right now. See, there's no white in there. With luminol, it would turn white. How does Blue Star react with blood? A bright glow. Okay. Blue Star can be sprayed multiple times in the same area. Sensitive or subjects like bleach can produce a similar, though short-lived, chemiluminescence. A bright blue light is illuminated. Okay. Hey, Access. Well, maybe they were questioning if someone helped. You know what I mean? I swear, though, he did say white. I'll have to pull up that interview again. I'm not just pulling it out of my butt, I swear. Where did he say that? Was it Nancy Grace? Or no. It was Ann Jeanette. I want to show you guys. It wasn't me making that up. Oh, Steven's back. Oh, Lord have mercy. How come I can never find her show? It always... Is her show on Law and Crime, or is it Crime Fix? Because I can't find it. He did. Yeah, Jules, thank you. I remember him saying that too. Oh, here it is. I found it.
Thousands of crime scene photos are released from the home on King Road, where 4 University of Idaho.
Okay, let's hear his.
You see the extent to which the crime scene investigators went at the scene, because to say that there is to say there's a copious amount of Blue Star application here is an understatement. They used it, and I understand why they're using it. And they're trying to pick up on the most minute evidence of blood that's there in that environment, that was contained there in that house that all 4 of these people shared. Just to identify it, because, you know, at certain times we'll walk into scenes and you look around and there's certain things, we use a term in science called viewing something with the unaided eye. Mm-hmm. And there's, you know, within our spectrum, we cannot pick up on it. So you need this illumination. And Blue Star, though it varies from luminol, it's the same purpose. It's interacting with the iron in our blood. Everybody knows, you know, they tell you, you know, you need iron in your system for your blood, right? So iron is contained in the hemoglobin. And so what happens is when Blue Star is actually applied to an area, say for instance, even the thing that you can't see will suddenly pop. And you can see that in a couple of shots here where you have the application of Blue Star, and then all of a sudden, standing out within that kind of array, you'll see these kind of hyper white areas. Well, that means there's blood there. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the photos that we're viewing right now, you know, indicate that there is a presence of blood. And
what photographs, though? What photographs indicate a presence of blood? He just says the photographs we're looking at. This one? He's saying there's a presence of blood? This is what I'm confused about. Because the ones they're showing is the footprint. And then this sink, by the sink and by the stove.
Ray, you'll see these kind of hyper white areas. Well, that means there's blood there. Okay. And the photos that we're viewing right now, indicate that there is a presence of blood. And it paints a rather ghastly picture.
I want to ask you specifically about the kitchen area. We have Blue Star being used in large quantities in the kitchen area and along the slider door. And I look at that, and it almost looks like they just splashed it all over the place. Is that because they're looking potentially at the possibility that there was a crime scene cleanup here? I mean, you go into a crime scene, you don't know what you've got. You know what your witnesses have told you.
Yeah.
Are they looking to see, like, because of the length of time between the 911 call being placed and then when the roommates said these homicides likely happened at, just after 4 a.m.? Are they just covering all of their bases and thinking, was there possibly a cleanup here?
Yeah, bingo. Do you want to sign up for our Crime Scene Investigator Academy?
So he's basically saying there's signs of cleanup. Ass-tastic, you cleaned crime scenes so you know more than him? You're wild. You are fucking wild. Not only your name, but you are wild.
Because you're
likely happened at, just after 4 a.m. Are they just covering all of their bases and thinking, was there possibly a cleanup here?
Yeah, bingo. Do you want to sign up for our Crime Scene Investigator Academy? Because you're right on target.
I've covered a few of these.
Yeah, you have. Okay, so the idea is the old adage, you cast a wide net, you catch a lot of fish.
Yeah.
And to your supposition here about the sink area, that would be a prime spot to go and clean up. Okay. And so that's what they're doing here. They're just looking for any evidence of this reactant with the hemoglobin that might be there. Now, people need to understand this and be very, I want to be very clear on this. Just because you find blood at a scene, you have to be very careful because that blood is not necessarily associated with a terminal event. Okay. I mean, you can have blood deposition for any number of reasons. Guys cut themselves shaving, people scrape their knees. You've got 3 women here that might have menses. There's any number, and I've seen it all. I've seen the array of it. And so this merely what you're doing.
See, I never understood that kind of talk. Like, oh, girls have menses. Why is that going to be on the handle or by a sink? I mean, weird.
Is you're qualifying. You're not quantifying. You're qualifying the idea that, yes, in fact, there is blood there. So if you're going to the sink in particular and around that area, one of the things you're thinking about is that, yeah, this would be a prime spot. And one more thing, a clue that you gave away just a second ago, it's adjacent to the sliders, right? This is like you're thinking and a lot of people did this, over the course of these many years that we've covered this case. People are speculating, egress, points of egress and, trying to remove yourself from that location. Well, the last thing that maybe a perpetrator would want to do is clean their hands before they leave or clean an instrument or something like that and then hop out the door. That's significant. But I got to tell you, just reviewing the images right now, I see as I had mentioned, a copious amount of Blue Star being applied at the sink. Mm-hmm. But those little white, those kind of hyper white little dots. And again, I've got a very limited view here from what we have. I don't see that presentation here.
Interesting.
Okay, so he's saying he doesn't see the white.
Little dots. And again, those kind of blue star being applied at the sink.
Mm-hmm.
But those little white, those kind of hyper white little dots. And again, I've got a very limited view here from what we have. I don't see that presentation here.
So let's go back to the photo in question that started this whole debate. None of us are experts in here. We're all laymen looking at these photos, okay? None of us have the answers. None of us know definitively anything. We can have conversations. We can throw shit around. But the white dots he's speaking of certainly look fucking like this. That's all I'm saying. Something popped up there. I don't know if it's affiliated with the murders, but clearly this reacted with something. He said, "Hey, Ava, it was something that looked like a triangle." She said maybe like a handheld vacuum. I just picture this to be what he's talking about, don't you, Jen? So whether or not that's, associated with this event, I don't know. Because you don't see that white stuff near the sink or anything. This is different. I just wonder what was the end result from them finding this. You know what I mean? Like, we just have so many unanswered questions. And then you look at the kitchen and you don't see that. Let's get to the close-ups. You don't see that white popping out. Did they not do the kitchen handle? Or the drains? Yeah, I just don't see that same color, that's all. I saw somebody that was talking about these pictures, and they were like they said that all of this was blood, and that's why it looked like that. I was like, oh my God. 9mm. People think it looks white because a very bright blue glow can appear white blue on camera. Overexposed photos wash out the color. Reflections on glossy surfaces look pale. Thank you. I think it only lasts for like 30 minutes or something. No, I don't think that's what they said, Urban. But they were looking for any sign of any kind of blood on these banisters. Because this is the wall they found that blood cast off on, right? I mean, they covered this entire thing. They sure moved things around a lot. So they did this blue star and then set her bag on top of the blue star. I don't know if that's normal or what, but Yes, we know there's blood on the banisters. Astastic. We know. We know. We know. There's a fry container and like I have that same butter dish and a paper towel by the microwave. I wonder if Xana's food was cold when she got it. Menses. God, you could see right in that window from this is where Jack lived, right to the left of here. You could see right through from that road, from Queen Road. I believe they were trying to rule out the roommates and friends to make sure they didn't do it and clean up. I mean, they did call 8 hours after, right? For sure. So is this the downstairs bathroom? Where is this? Or they move shit in here? Where is this? Is this Xana's bathroom? Did they put all this shit in here? What's going on here? Okay, phenomenon. Phenomenon. Really, Rosanna? Rosanna said, my brother went to U of I and knew right where this house was. I think this is downstairs by Bethany's room because there's the washer and dryer and they just have shit thrown in there. Remember they came home and their washer and dryer was going? Okay, wait, let's go back. Xana's bathroom and they put her shit in there. Why would they do that? Why didn't they Blue Star the fuck out of this bathroom? It was right by her damn bedroom. Don't you guys find that to be odd? Do you guys, I mean, what the hell? I think this is down by Bethany's, y'all. Because the washer and dryer are downstairs. So this is on the bottom floor, I believe. What is up with this? That's not weird, huh? Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. Let me get rid of this. Put this down here. What's up with that? The washer was going, whose clothes were being washed? Good question. We don't know. Doesn't sound like they asked. I mean, clearly they used the bathroom. There's toilet paper. So that is Xana's. That's Xana's bathroom. Why is all that stuff in there? Yeah, that eye thing is weird. Jesus Christ. The washer and dryer are on Xana's level, I guess. Now I'm even more confused because they came home to the washer and dryer being on. Where the fuck is the washer and dryer stored? Oh man, Jammers, that's not good. Jammers says, be aware that all personal actions can compromise evidence at a crime scene. Therefore, evidence should only be moved if it will be lost or destroyed. Avoid touching anything, for example, opening doors or windows, or using the telephone at the crime scene unless absolutely necessary. No, there was a bathroom on the top floor by Maddie's room. And then one by Xana's room. And then there's another bathroom downstairs by Bethany's. I mean, they didn't blue star this? That's weird to me. So they put all her shit in the bathroom and then take pictures? I don't get it. But this isn't MPD. This is Idaho State Police. This has nothing to do with the MPD right here. All these pictures are Idaho State Popo. I just don't understand. Yeah, so I think Dylan and Xana probably shared the bathroom. There were pictures taken before and after they moved things. All right, I'll take your word for it because I haven't gone through all these. Obviously, there's like 2,800. So let me see if I can scroll forward past these the walls of blood. I don't really want to F with that. This right here is Ethan's blood. Does someone want to tell me how Ethan's blood got on the side of this banister when Ethan never left the room? And it looks like a drip and kind of a transfer. Or no, it looks like there's a drip and then somebody brushed up against the drip and transferred it. See the smear? The U-Haul was very weird. But see this? Like the blood dripped down and then it gathered here and then someone smudged it this way. If Xana would have left her room, there would have been footprints. Her feet made smears all over the floor. Here's another streak of blood on the side of the pong table. From BK touching it with gloved hand and it dripping from the knife. Ethan's DNA was under her nails and her DNA was under Ethan's. They were probably on that bed together trying, scared to death, you know? Like even blood pattern experts can take this and they can tell what direction the person was going. You know what I mean? It's so fascinating to me. I don't look at this to talk about gore and that kind of stuff. I'm interested in what the story tells, and I wish that this would have been told in a court of law. Oh, Johnny Kramer. The only thing I can think of is Kohberger saw the girl or a shadow of someone running downstairs and possibly bent over the railing to see who it was. Juror says stuff was moved in to take measurements in Xana's room. Well, these are all out of order, so we're not seeing them in the order they were taken, unfortunately. That could be Danny. He had to have known there was a lot of people in that house. There were 5 cars. The U-Haul was there in December. I want to say it was like a week before the arrest or something like that. Like December, maybe it was like the mid-December, December 13th or 15th or something like that. 13th maybe was when the U-Haul went there. Because they took the stuff out and then they were like, you got to give some of that evidence back. They gave belongings back to the surviving roommates, and then they had to recollect them. That was all in the documents. MPD was a mess. I know. I find that fascinating too, Rosanna. Because all of these blood marks tell a story when you have an expert break it down. Well, I think Nama, what they mean is that they were sleeping when he entered the house. Except for Xana. Ugh. There's more hair. See, I'd love to know the results of this. Whose hair is that? Well, Xana was chased, Johnny. Do you think that could be the reason for the blood everywhere? From her room or from the stairway to Xana's? Hey, Judy. I was thinking about Ethan's blood on the railing. Could have had a nosebleed within the past 2 to 3 weeks or been upstairs in the shower. Cut himself shaving, not too sure. So here's Dylan's room, and then that footprint was like right around here. It was like right next to this metal jam. Basically just missed the metal jam. So I'd love to see her door closed to see, does the door cover the metal jam or did someone step there when it was open? There's smeared blood all over the room because Xana fought for her life and she was barefoot. She was literally sliding around in her own blood. She's the only one that had blood on the bottoms of her feet, that actually was awake fighting on her feet. See, I mean, we see this here. We know the footprint isn't visible to the naked eye, but when they do the blue star, we see the footprint like right here. Right on this jamb. And it looks to me if her door closed, this would be exposed. So perhaps somebody running down the stairs. But why only one print that shows up in the Blue Star? Why no other prints? And secondly, when Brian was making his exit, if you look over here, hold on. Let me try to make this bigger. If you look over here, here's Dylan's room, right? There's this step. That's a pretty big step. So if he's walking towards the exit to get out, this may have caught him off guard. He might not have seen Dylan. Hey, Auntie Cheryl. Bye, Angie B. You get what I'm saying? He would have had to step down, and I wonder if that step down caught him off guard. Astastic, what's funny? Why are you laughing? Like, what's LOL about this situation? Again, that's where the footprint is found. Right here. Hey, Toy Airy. Did Xana catch him in the act and he chased her down the stairs? Well, they don't think that she made it all the way up, is what they're saying. Exactly, Cycle Breaker. Hey, shut up, Meg. Exactly. He just did the opposite. He committed the crime instead of investigating the crime. These have an interesting pattern to them. This right here. See those ridges? I wonder what that is. Oh, thank you, PKC. December 7th is when the U-Haul was there. Way earlier than I thought. Did they blue star Dylan's doorknob? Good question. Did they blue star the bathrooms? I haven't seen that yet. I mean, this is look at that. Someone completely just swiped. Wow. That's crazy. From here to here, there's a big blood swipe. Unravel those ridges. I wonder if it looks like what's on KG. Thanks for subbing up, Classified. All right, I'm going to skip past those. There's a lot of wall pictures. What's this one? Is that the blood right there? I can't really tell. All right, this is the upstairs bathroom by Maddie's room. And interestingly enough, this is actually the bathroom that Molly said that she saw someone looking out when she was trying to drop off the food. Remember? She claimed it was the third floor window, which would have been this window in this bathroom on the other side of this door. We've got something marked up here on the top of the bathroom door, marked as 49. Can you guys hear that airplane? Looks like blood. Now, I didn't see in the documents that they had documents that matched up, like bloodstain 49 goes to blank. Maybe that's where ass can help me here. Ass and titties. Ass-tastic and titties. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick, you guys. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. You got it, jammers. A lot of focus on this number 49, y'all. They took a lot of pictures of it. I don't know. Let me try to pull up the documents. I don't think the documents say it like that. It's all confusing. They release these exhibits like... If it's in here, I don't think they're broken down like that. Okay, wait. What item is that? 49. Let's see here. They're talking about item 71. We got a cooter chat.
Always respectful of victims. Ty J.
Thank you for your cooter chat, girl. Dreams. Thank you. I try to be respectful. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your cooter chat. Cooter chats are special, y'all. We bypass YouTube with them. And they read out loud. Okay, here we go. Here's 48, 42, 41, 35, 36, 37. This has the autopsy findings in it as well. Here, I'll give you guys the link to... These are the documents. Go ahead and save that. I really want to know where this picture comes from, 49, or what it is, or if it's even noted in here. Stain 48. We have that. That's on Maddie's door. 49 is above the bathroom door. We have stain 41. Stain K. Stain J. Yeah, they don't have it in here. The extremely elongated shape of stain F is attributable to an acute angle of incidence between the source object and the side of the beer pong table. That explains F, what we saw in F. This is stain D, which is a transfer blood stain, and it showed a mixture of DNA with Ethan being the primary contributor. And that's on the side of the railing here. This blood is a mix of Kaylee and Maddie, and Kaylee is the major component of the blood. Hallway leading to Xana's room. Let's see. They were positive for blood, and it's diluted blood, but they're not really saying whose it is. Stain 38 is an image near the bathroom doorway on the left side of the hallway between the living room and the bedroom assigned to Xana. 28 is a swipe stain on the north of the hallway between the living room and Xana's room. This is talking about their injuries and all that. I'm not seeing anything about that number 49, y'all. So I don't know. This is another thing that got me too, and we'll talk about this when we get through the pictures. But transfer stains noted on the faux fur chair, which was Xana's chair. Remember they said in court that it was, or in court documents that it was a butt print? Oh my God, that's you, Mike? No, it isn't. Is it really? You are such a sneak. Mike, come back as the bald guy. Oh, you're answering. It's me, Mike. Sorry. I thought you were saying you were Mike. Never mind. There's a guy that comes in here, just Mike. His name's just Mike. Hold on. I'm just scrolling to see if there's any other photos with explanations. Nope. There's no explanation on that one. But they did say that that damn seat, he sat on it. Right, no blue star on that hall, no blue star in the bathrooms. What the hell? This is the, look at this. This is the PowerPoint they were going to show in court, you guys. Like, what the fuck? They could show this girl and this person's arm, but that we can't see the victim. Like, what the fuck? Who finds that to be a little disturbing? This is how they were going to show flow lines. Why can't they show the actual flow lines if we're going to court, do a trial? Why are we showing someone else's? Don't you think that's weird? Hey, Noelle. Good to see you, girl. It's been a minute. Here's another dead person. I think that Xana grabbed that chair is what it looks like. Was it Dateline that said that, PK? So this is how they were going to explain how blood, you know, makes its different marks. And see, look, they were going to go through this entire, look at this. Look at this shit. Cast off. What's this? Who made this? Ashley Jennings? Who made this? Look at that guy with a hammer. Cast off. Fucking Ashley Jennings, I betcha. Oh, this shows diluted whole blood and gastric blood. And here they're showing another crime scene. Then they're gonna then they were gonna show how blood clots, and then we have these must be of the victims. Then they have these showing the stairs and the stains. Nothing about 49, though. So that did come from Dateline. Wow. So somebody, whoever leaked that, I wonder if they're still investigating that. That leak thing. Remember, they were going to have a whole ass investigation, special appointed investigator to find out who leaked that. This was going to be the prosecution's presentation, you guys. And they spent a lot of time focusing on this cast off. And remember, they also had that stupid dollhouse that they had made. Thompson probably has it in his house. Gastric blood. It's like if your stomach's bleeding, I guess. Stomach's blood supply comes mainly from branches of the celiac trunk. I guess it looks different. You think it was the FBI, you two bad actors? I know, Ginny. Ginny said yikes with the presentation. It just cracks me up. What were they going to do with the dollhouse? How was that going to show anything? A 3D image video would have done a better job, in my opinion. Only undiluted blood outside of the bedrooms. And then they show the Ethan Chapin major contributor to the mixture on the banister. Knife sheath recovered in Mogen's bedroom. DNA from Brian Kohberger was identified on the front strap of the knife sheath. We were told it was on the fucking button the whole time. Back was exposed to impact spatters from Kaylee and Maddie. And then this slide says, would there be blood on the perpetrator? Perpetrator did have blood on their person, possession. Transferred blood on edge of Madison Mogen's bedroom door. Transferred blood on wooden ledge of half wall on level 2. Hey Dreams, thank you for 19 months. RE of what some web sleuths think. Rolling my eyes, tons we don't know. Yes, there is. Thank you for your support for 19 months. No physical evidence to indicate that a significant time elapsed during the commission of this violent activity. Then it says no physical evidence to exclude a single perpetrator causing the deaths of these 4 individuals. Right here it says evidence that some measures were being taken to remove blood. What?
Bing bang.
Do you guys see this? Measures were taken. There's evidence that some measures were taken to remove blood. Diluted blood shows that blood had been diluted with another liquid. Then we have all these redacted. What? They're showing the pong table and the wall. Right, Cricket Day. That's what I'm wondering. And then this is the expert testimony about the Latin print and the DNA. But is there anything about that damn shoe print? The diamond. I mean, they put it in the fucking, excuse my language, but they put it in the probable cause affidavit that there was a Vans style diamond shaped shoe print. Okay, that's about it on that. Let's go back over here. We're going to get to the shoe print, too. I'm just wondering about item number 49, to be honest. So the ones they showed that said evidence of diluted blood was on the wall and on the pong table. But why didn't they spray Blue Star all over this hallway? Supreme Danny says, yes, in the beginning there was some cleanup, possibly why there was an 8-hour gap. But who, cleanup by who? I never heard that until just now in this PowerPoint. I swear I've never heard that. So here we are. This is Dylan's room right here. There's that step. I mean, it's dark. Is he going to expect that step? I don't know. It is the only one. We don't know that it was his shoe print. That's the thing. We don't know whose it is. But whosever it wasn't visible to the naked eye. And it showed up in the Blue Star. And it was found right here. I think they would have said if they were the ones who diluted it, though. This is their drawings of the house and where the bodies were found. And they show Ethan right here. Can you guys see that? Male number 3, and then female number 2. Why do they have it listed like that? Why is Xana female number 2? And that's weird. Now we're seeing inside of Dylan's room here. Oh, she's back. Ass-tastic. That is just ass-tastic. So there's the step I showed you from the other side. And then he would have stepped down, walked past Dylan, and went into the kitchen. I don't know how this girl was on her bed unless they moved everything. This is all Dylan's stuff, I'm assuming. Okay, here we go. Now we're at the bedroom door. So they blue starred the F out of her bedroom door. And I want to know why. Well, I mean, obviously she was a witness, right? They know she was up. She ran from her room to downstairs. So they sprayed the hell out of her doorway. And lo and behold, they find L4. And here it is wet. They spent a lot of time on this here. There it is wet. Right, LJ? I agree. That's what happens when there's no trial, right? Hold on. Then you can see, you can't really tell what direction it's going from this. It's hard to say. Well, the thing is, they don't know when the shoe print is from because it wasn't visible to the naked eye. Yes, please hit the like button, you guys. Thanks, Dreams, for the reminder. And there it is again. Well, because they use the luminol to see areas that might have blood that they can't see with their eyes. So what do you guys make of this? I mean, this could be old, but why is it full of blood? Or why is it making a blood stain? Why would someone's shoe have that much blood residue on the bottom of it. That's sus in itself. I mean, I've never stepped in a puddle of blood to have, blood residue on the bottom of my shoes. Why would someone else? Where would you be that you would get blood residue on the bottom of your feet? Could he have walked up to her bedroom door when it was locked? Because it's such a trace amount of blood, LJ, that they can't see it with their eyes. Keys, thank you for joining today. Welcome to the Truthers. It's not white or whitish. No, it's not, but it pulled that pattern from the rest of the floor. And they took a shit ton of photos of this. I mean, I'm just literally clicking through and there is photo after photo. And then you see here. Hold on. I mean, there's a fucking pair of Vans right here with Blue Star on the edge of them. But this is where the footprint was, right here. Thank you, Keys. Thank you for your support. Read what 9mm said. She's been repeating herself. It can look white because of the bright blue glow. Can appear white blue on camera. Ava, that's a really interesting theory. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, stay humble. Good to see you. Happy Friday to you. But then you also see this blue. It's like what? What are these smear? Like, I don't know. It's weird, right? Here's the pattern right here again. Barely. You can barely see it. Right here. And it's not even a full print, but they put it in the probable cause. Chloe, that is a good point. No one has privacy anymore. That's why I said yesterday on my other channel, we were streaming, and I said, I miss the days when you had, answering machines. And you had to wait to get home to find out what people were doing. And I don't know. Doodlebug, I thought the same thing. The print is really close to the doorway for her door to be closed. It's more like the place someone would put if trying to force the door open. Rosie B, did one of the body cams have an officer say there were footprints outside the patio doors? Yes, and we showed those. Mike, same. It's good to see you, Mike. So obviously this is before they sprayed the Blue Star. But what made them spray the Blue Star in her doorway? Just to see if she tracked it? And then lo and behold, there's a print right there. No, I don't think they can, Penny. Penny asked, can they tell when the print was left? I don't think that they can. But they sure took a lot of pictures of her doorway before they even applied the blue star. I know. It's very demanding. It's a lot of pressure for people. I'm just glad I didn't grow up in that age of constant communication. That would have been annoying. All right, so this is all Dylan's room. Hold up. What is this? Oh, it's like a binder. Okay, so here's that hallway thing from her standpoint. It'd be right at her door. Weird. I don't think there's anything weird with her having eyebrows on her wall. She drew, you know. And it's not all eyebrows. It's different stuff. Like, it's not just eyebrows. People are making more out of that than there should be, in my opinion. There's like 2 pictures of eyebrows and one of an eye. I don't think that's weird at all. Now that's reaching, in my opinion. They made it sound like she had eyebrows all over. Oh, wait, here's one more. There's 3. There's 3 of eyebrows, and they're not even bushy. They're like shaped, trimmed eyebrows that like someone would, you know, have done. There's not one bushy eyebrow on her board. That's weird. Quit saying that stuff. Jammer says, my daughter will repeatedly draw something till she thinks she gets it right. I mean, obviously she drew this. She's an artist. That's actually really good. You know what? If she was killed, y'all would be saying something different. You'd be like, oh my God, look at that art she made. Da 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 da. But because she was lucky enough to not be killed, it's got to be her. She knew because he has bushy eyebrows and she draws. It's weird. That's not evidence. God, and look at all the drugs. Oh my God. NyQuil, melatonin, and deodorant. God, they were living on the edge, huh? Just living on the edge. Dealing and wheeling, right? It's just so stupid to me. I'm completely being sarcastic. She's lying about a lot. Have you ever been through trauma, Astastic? I'm being dead serious. Have you ever been through trauma and had your brain affected by it? My son has. I've seen it firsthand. You remember things at different times. You remember things differently as time goes on. It's the human brain protecting itself. That's what that's called. This is Dylan's door with it almost closed. I don't think it's anything more than she's just proud of her work. Yeah, you got to watch out for those hardcore melatonin dealers. Those are the worst ones, man. Straight from the cartel, delivering that melatonin. I think she heard things, but she didn't know what she was hearing. Astastic is the thing, right? Like, you hear something in your house that's a typical party house where people are horsing around and shit. Does the first thing that come to your mind, oh my God, my roommates are being killed? Fuck no. You're tipsy yourself, you're drunk, you're wanting to go to sleep. No, you're not thinking my roommates are getting killed. And it's really hard to scream when you're aspirating your own blood. Just saying. And all that audio that you people listen to, you pro-burgers, it ain't real. It sounds like kids partying. You guys make nothing out of things that have no bearing on the actual crime. And leave Dylan alone, for God's sakes. It's like these people would be happier if she was dead. Like, oh, because she survived. She must be guilty of something. Fuck. That's horrible. That's horrible to say about people that survive horrific things. I mean, imagine how you would feel like waking up every day when you know that your friends can't. What's your take on the rolled up dollar bill and credit card next to it and lighter residue? I think it was blue residue and I think it was Adderall. People snort Adderall for it to work faster and...
So is that a joint?
Thank you, Penny, for 6 months. Jay, you're the best. Thanks for the last 6 months. Thank you, Penny. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for your support. Laughing my ass off. I never said that. Put your words in your own mouth. Oh, they are. They're right here. They're right here. Coming out to my mouth. Okay, this is now Kaylee Gonsalves's room. And we saw in previous pictures that Murphy, or was it pictures or body cam, something? Murphy was under here all scared. Very common, little Miss K. Thank you, Auntie Cheryl. Coming in hot from, what, San Antonio? So when we talked about this the other day, Kaylee's bed being torn down or turned down, it looks like she was in it, got up. We know that they took naps on Saturday. Between the game and going out, they all took naps. So she could have gotten up and not made the bed after her nap. We don't know. I know, poor Murphy. That was heartbreaking. And it doesn't look like someone who was moving out. That's why I also think there was more going on. You know what else was weird? Was that we found out that that car of hers was a loaner. Wow, that's really scary, juror. In Jack's interview, it's a speed is what it is, Johnny. So for people who actually need it, it actually doesn't speed them up. It helps them focus. Yep, this is the sliding glass door right here, Cricket. We're going to have to do another live and go over these interviews. we got Jack D. That one's pretty short. Did you guys know that her car was a loaner? Yeah, watch. We're gonna listen to it right now. I've also got the Corner Club. You guys can watch that. There's no sound to it, but you can see Kaylee and Maddie in it. I have another part that I'm gonna release. I have Adam Latta's interview I'm gonna release. I have the Uber drivers. I just haven't had time to upload it yet. Here's Jack. Let's listen to Jack.
We're trying.
Astastic? It was. Listen. Her car broke down the day after she got it, Jack said. Have you watched this? Listen.
Sorry to meet you under the circumstances, man. Truly. All right. Just so you understand kind of what's going on, this is kind of how these things go. We pull everybody in that has any degree of affiliation, okay? So don't think that you're in trouble. We're trying to collect as much of this information as we can to try to get a clear picture on what's going on and figure out where to start looking, okay? So real quick, do you have a cell phone? Do you mind if I take it from you?
Yeah, that's all right.
I appreciate it. Do you need to text anybody, let them know you're okay? I don't want someone to try to call you and your phone be off.
I've had a few people try to call me.
Okay, so as you listen to this, I want you to hear me out, okay? Why? Okay, we were told that she was moving out and all this, that, and the other, right? Well, then fast forward to, Maddie went to Moscow to show her best friend her new car. If it wasn't the one she bought, that doesn't make sense. See, Toy Airy, I disagree. I think that he skinned that dog. But if the whole reason for her going to Moscow was to show Maddie her new car, and it wasn't even the new car because the new car broke down and she got a loaner, what's that story? All right, let's just listen.
My parents are coming up from Cortland as well.
Okay, but they're aware of what's going on?
Yeah, I might want to just let them know to come straight here.
Yeah, have at it. You're more than welcome to. You can call them, text them, whatever you want to do. Address is 155 Southview.
Hey, I'm gonna give them my phone, but I just wanted to let you know that I'll be at the police station if you guys are still coming. Okay. When will you be here, just so I kind of know? When will you be here?
Have you guys seen this yet? Do you want to hear the whole thing, or do you just want me to find the part where he talks about Kaylee's car? Let me know in chat, because it's like 30 minutes long. Okay, here's the part about the vehicle. I don't know where the real one is. That's the thing. Which one did Steve Gonsalves pick up at the lot?
Just something like that. Let them know that we need to know those things, okay?
Here it is, right here.
Okay. When you said vehicle, it just reminded me that Kaylee has a borrowed vehicle from a dealership right now. I figured there's probably confusion of whose car that was.
Okay.
She just bought a car and it broke the next day, so they lent her a car while they fix it.
You know what dealer?
I'm not sure. It's in Spokane.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? No. All right, man.
Did you hear it? He says, Jack says, okay, when you said vehicle, you just reminded me that Kaylee has a borrowed vehicle from a dealership right now. I figured there's probably some confusion on whose car that was. The cop says, okay. And then he goes, she just bought a car and it broke the next day. So they lent her a car while they fix it. He says, you know what dealer? He says, I'm not sure. See, I don't understand that. Why would he be wrong? Well, it did have a dealer plate. You think so, Noel? Right, but they said that was her new car. It was such a big fucking deal that was her fucking Range Rover, and it wasn't. Right? Then we have Steve Gonsalves driving around doing the Kaylee Jade Day in the Range Rover. So which one is it? Hang on, I'm going to show you. Kaylee Jade Day. I was going to do a video on this a while back, and I forgot. He rode around with somebody. Here it is. Here it is.
The murders of Kaylee, Madison.
Hold on. Dramatical Vinny. Okay, here we go.
Only for Kaylee, his daughter, but for Maddie, for Ethan, for Xana, for the community. And that's what today was about, honoring Kaylee's life. Someone, he said, would have loved to have been the center of attention. She was the middle child. She thrived on being the center of attention, and they wanted to honor her today by a Pay It Forward campaign called Kaylee Jade Day for her birthday. And he allowed us to go along with him, like you said, as he talked about who she was, what she would have been doing on her birthday, probably on a nearby lake with Maddie, celebrating her birthday. She just bought herself of her birthday.
Kaylee, I remember her tearing up a cake and just making a big mess, getting it in her hair. So she was just so excited about when everyone was focused around her, and she was the center of attention, and everybody was giving her gifts, and she always had her friends over from school. And I have a lot of memories of when she was young and she had that crazy hairdo.
What do you miss most about her?
I miss her smile, and that she was so giving. She really wanted to be like, every morning wake up and be like, I'm gonna go get breakfast, what do you guys want? I'm gonna get coffee, what do you guys want? We're a big family, so it was nice to have somebody that was always thinking about going and doing something and then helping other people along the way. So I'll always miss that, and I'll miss that smile and the hug. Yeah.
I thought they
and
drove
he said
around. What the hell? Oh, here it is. Here's the part.
Locations. Kaylee, Madison, and Xana. Right. This is what this story.
Oh my God, I can't with Court TV's music. They're so cheesy.
This case and this trial will be about. what happened to these 4 young people. Chanley Painter is still with us in Idaho tonight. She spent some time, a lot of time actually, with Kaylee's father. And he did something special today to honor his daughter on her birthday.
He sure did. Today, like I told you earlier, is Kaylee Jade Day here in the Coeur d'Alene, Idaho area to pay. Stopped by and inspired them to also pay it forward in Kaylee's honor for the day. He said this community has given so.
Okay, there he is getting in it. Is that the same car that Jack is saying is a loaner? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just curious.
Plan today is we are going to go to a couple different locations. We're doing this Pay It Forward campaign, and we're actually driving her car. I'll never see this car as mine. She paid for it. She knew I liked Range Rovers, but I was into the diesel Range Rover. But she felt like this was a super cute car, which probably is, but that's why it's hard for me to drive it. But today we'll be driving her car, and we'll be doing these Pay It Forward. I remember for months, Christy's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And you could tear it in that birthday from being a super stressful event to something that, you know that at least you're doing something to help people. You know, unfortunately, when something like this happens, you don't know what to do. You just, somebody knocks on your door, and it's real at that moment when the police officer does that. So then you go from, okay, they just told us that our babies, 2 of our babies are gone, and they give you a business card and tell you to, call tomorrow and maybe you'll get some more details. At that moment.
Okay, so you see he's in the silver one, right? Then we go here. Kaylee's Range Rover retrieved from the lot. Thanks to our friends at Fox News Digital. Let me make this so you guys can see it. This is before a suspect was identified. There he's picking up the Range Rover. So that's the one that was impounded, right? Now let's go back here. I just don't know, like, did they go, it looks the same, unless they gave her the same damn car. Yeah, they had a GoFundMe to pay off the car. It looks like a light silver to me. I'll give you my email, Sherry. Attorney Shannon Gray helped a pair of Moscow officers scrape ice off the windshield and brush away snow on the 2016 Range Rover that Kaylee excitedly purchased days before her slaying. At around 3 p.m., Gray drove off in the silver SUV nearly 6 weeks after Kaylee was killed. And that's an officer. I thought that was Steve at first. So here they go into detail. The Range Rover was one of 5 cars towed from the property. The red Jeep is Ethan's. She just bought a brand new vehicle for herself. Her first vehicle, Kaylee's mother told Fox News. She went home Friday to literally show off her new vehicle. She was like, Maddie has to see my new ride. Like, she has to see this. And she was talking to Maddie the whole time, going back and forth between the cars she was buying.
The luxury car symbolized the promising future that had awaited Kaylee. Kaylee Gonsalves' car, da-da-da-da-da. Her blue, Coronel's blue Honda was picked up. And there it is. And it says price. There's no license plate on it. Look. That's not a license plate. It's a dealer plate. It says price. After it was repaired, he bought it. Why didn't they say that, though? I just don't understand why we never heard that poor Kaylee bought this new Range Rover and it broke down the next day and she had a loaner. It's her car. How is it her car, though, Mike? Why would Jack say that? I mean, he's the one that brought it up. Why? So he says the cop is asking, have you seen anybody in the area prior to the murders? Listen.
I haven't seen in the area before. Somebody they saw walking.
And this makes him bring up, oh, she has a loaner car, by the way.
By more than one time, or just something like that. Let them know that we need to know those things. Okay.
Okay. When you said vehicle, just reminded me that Kaylee has a borrowed vehicle from a dealership right now. I figured there's probably confusion of whose car it was.
Okay.
She just bought a car and it broke the next day, so they lent her a car while they fix it.
You know what dealer?
I'm not sure. It's in Spokane.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? No. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you talking.
And he said it at the very end. I can't ignore what Jack says. I mean, and here's a picture of it at the house. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Thanks again to our friends at Fox News Digital. And there it is. It says price. Yeah, but why would he bring it up if he didn't know? It just seems odd to me. Men can't even find their own socks. He probably doesn't know. So we have that, and then we have, there it is. It looks like the same vehicle to me. However, is there a tag on this one? I don't know. Hold on, I need to close out some of these windows. All right. And he says the dealer's in Spokane. Yep. Yepers. Do they still have this car just sitting there, or? He said it broke down the day after she got it, and then she got a loaner. So I thought she had bought it the day before. Yeah, that's the Range Rover in the driveway right here. She didn't tell him she picked her car up fixed. Maybe. I mean, anything's possible, I guess. It's the same tag that was on it when Steve drove it. Yeah, the family did do a GoFundMe for the Range Rover. They sure did. This was in June of 2023. It still said price. It's kind of odd, isn't it? I wonder if the GoFundMe, you can still find that. GoFundMe Kaylee Gonsalves car. A GoFundMe campaign originally established to pay off the 2016 Range Rover was taken down. A campaign was created by a family friend to pay off the vehicle, which she bought just days before the murder. People are mad. Here it is. We just became aware of it, Kaylee Gonsalves' family said, adding, it was a family friend with good intentions who started the GoFundMe. That page is gone. And then it says they're refunding $85,000 for the trial or whatever. Here we go. Good old JLR with a video on it.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. Jack DeCour's aunt just set
Okay, so that's who set up the GoFundMe, was Jack DeCour's aunt.
Up a GoFundMe, and we're going to talk about it. This is the aunt of Jack DeCour. Her name is Brooke Miller, and she just set up a GoFundMe centered around Kaylee's Range Rover. And I want to share with everyone this GoFundMe that she set up. Well, let me just rephrase this. It could be somebody pretending to her, but it's most likely her. Set up a GoFundMe about Kaylee's Range Rover. Check this out. So this is a GoFundMe set up purportedly from Brooke Miller, who is Jack DeCour.
There it is, $17,000 goal.
Decor's aunt, Kaylee Gonsalves, car payoff fund, 290 raised, 17,000 goal. The week before Kaylee was brutally murdered in Moscow, Idaho, she bought her dream vehicle. She was about to graduate a few weeks later. She had a trip to Europe already on the books with her friends in January, and she was well on her way to move to Texas to start her paid internship with a company that she was very excited to be a part of. Life was so good. All of her hard work was paying off. Christy, her mom, said the day she came home with the keys to that car was the happiest day of her life so far, and she was so proud of herself. She put $7,500 down with the help of family and financed the rest for $17,000 through STCU. She was beyond excited, and the reason she went back early that faithful weekend to Moscow was so that she could hurry and show it off to her best friend, Maddie. Recently, after having received the final death certificate, her parents were getting ready to drive into Spokane to AutoNation and bring the necessary paperwork, which would have negated the deal. But then they felt that they just could not do it. This car has become a part of Kaylee that they want to keep forever. It is one more way to keep her close. I feel like we could raise this money by Sunday if everyone shares it around the country. It would be one less thing the family would have to worry about. Are you in? Let's go. If 170 people gave $100, it would be covered. Thankfully, the goal for their illegal fund has almost been reached through the overwhelming support they have received nationwide. I propose this idea sort of as a Christmas gift to the parents. If the goal could be reached by Sunday, what a surprise that family would be for the family. I figure anything that would bring a little bit of light to their life right now.
What do you guys think of that?
The family will not.
What do you guys think of this? It's signed a heartbroken friend of the family. I don't know, guys. It's a little strange, but thank you, Doodlebug. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I think I'm going to wrap this one up, though. We've been live for a long time. We've been live for 4 hours. So I'm going to wrap this one up at this point. We definitely did not get through all the photos. But I do like how the photos are bringing out discussions from other things we've gone over in the past. You know what I mean? It's really interesting. And I really enjoy your conversation and all of your thoughts. Even if they go against what I think happened, I really do appreciate good conversation. Kaylee didn't go home, so they say she would go to her aunt's. I don't think it's Christy's sister. I don't know about that. Wait, I'm on top chat. Darn it. You're suspicious, Dental Lori. Thank you for listening today, you guys. I know you guys were all ears. I don't know. There's a lot to discuss in this case, but I am seriously going to wrap it up. I will see you guys in the next one. We're going to start doing some true crime, like roundup on cases on Fridays, I think, because there's so much going on. So much going on every day. So I need every, like a weekly thing to get up to speed with everything. And then going over it with you guys helps me stay up to speed too. Thank you, moderators, for being here. And always, you guys being respectful. I appreciate that. It's not easy to go through something like this respectfully, and especially live. So I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going to run our credits. Everybody have a fun and safe weekend. I will be live over on Everyday with Jay tomorrow. Some more fun. I'll see you guys. Have a great weekend, and thank you for your support. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.